This is Lee Harrison from Monstrosity, and we'll see you in the Tampa Morgue.
What's up? This is Tony, and you're listening to the Tampa Morgue Season 3, Episode 123. And as always, from his studio deep in the guts of Tampa Bay, Florida, Mr. Ed Webb. How's all on your end, Mr. Webb?
You should say from the Arctic capital of Florida, because it's cold today. It's 38 degrees right now.
I have my violin out for you, man. It's
Yeah,
negative 17 this morning. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I like the cold, so I'm not bitching, actually. Getting in the cold plunge. Now this bitch is colder than my water, so that's going to be fun this morning. But
yeah, I saw people putting up, they had frost. Like, I think you were telling me you had frost on your vehicle.
The other day I came out and there was a sheet of ice on my windshield. I was like, well, that's new. I mean, I honestly can't remember. But then again, I don't usually leave early in the morning anymore like that. But yeah, I was like, holy shit. But then I turned the fucking defroster on and it was gone within a minute. It's not like the old days in New Jersey had to get the scraper off and bust your balls to try to leave the house and
97 degrees by noon. That's how Florida is.
Yeah, no, it's actually been like lower 60s, like if it even gets up that high. I mean, it's been nice, I mean, I just seen people walk around in these heavy jackets. Just makes me laugh because it's not even like you guys up, north of people are in short sleeve. I saw a kid in the Patriots game the other day, like I'm talking 12 years old with no shirt on. And it was like 12 degrees. I'm thinking, then I remember, I think it was Joe Buck, because it was him and Aikman says, "Are we gonna say anything about that kid without the shirt on, that weather?" I was like, yeah, I was thinking the same thing. What kind of a parent lets your kid out there? But they're acclimated to that shit,
Yeah,
like you
definitely.
are, like you are.
Yeah, but I'm ready to, I'll be there in 11 days now, I'll be in Tampa, so I haven't been there since last November, so, I'm looking forward to the weather change. Like I said, it's been snow here and just ice and, like you said, I'm used of it now, so it's not like
Yeah,
a big deal, but, it'll
you
be
just have
nice
to
for
be
the
careful
change.
of getting sick because when you
Always
go from
happens, man.
extreme to the non-extreme and then back, that's usually when your body just says, "I don't know what the hell's going on here."
It's that time of the year. Yeah, man, we're excited for this episode. So we'll explain to everybody in a moment here. We did open up with Monstrosity, Burden of Evil from the Imperial Doom record that came out on Nuclear Blast Records in 1992. And as we've promised you for some time now, we are going to be joined by Lee Harrison tonight. So basically, this is the plan, right, Ed? We're going to do this the next 2 weeks. So part one is going to be today with Lee, and it's going to be a long one. And then part two will be next week. We've been waiting to get Leon. We're going to play new Monstrosity here in about 15 minutes. Ed, yeah, go ahead, man. This is, you've been looking forward to this for a while now.
Yeah, I mean, we've been asked week after week about Monstrosity news, and we are playing we're dropping a new song and a video today for, the song called "Colossal Rage." It's a barn burner. It's definitely, you know, one of our upper beat songs, I guess you could say, and, yeah, no, it's really exciting because 'cause it's been really, really hard to keep this under wraps for a long time, especially, doing a video. You knew the backstories because we talk,
Yeah, but
but,
we couldn't say it on the show,
yeah, I can't say, and it sucks because and I can't show people, like, even my friends and, my family I can, but, it's kinda hard to keep that stuff under wraps when you're so excited for something, but yeah, song's out today, and, hope everybody digs it because it's gonna
We're going to
be
play it.
we are playing it. I'm excited as all can be, and I can only imagine what this interview with Lee is gonna be like. Because hanging out with the guy, you don't think about it too much, kinda like when we did Terry. Um, these are just guys that I get to hang out with, luckily, but the stories that I hear on the backside, I'm only hoping he tells some of those on the show because they're killer. I mean, they're stuff that you would never know about. Um, some you'll laugh, some you'll be like, "What?" So, hopefully, you know what I mean? I know Lee likes, he's sometimes reserved, but I think he's gonna open up and we're gonna have a good show.
A lot of Tampa Bay history, just like we had when we had Nasty Ronnie on and we had Terry Butler on, and it's just, or Dave
Well, and
Austin.
Tampa and South Florida, because he lived in South
Miami.
Florida a lot, so between the 2, it's a rich history for in the death metal world, for sure.
Yeah, I think one thing if people who listen to this show regularly, who I hear from you guys all the time, and I have to say, total we appreciate you like you guys have no idea, man. That's why we do this show. We're not getting any paychecks. We do it for the people who really do appreciate what we do here. We're not like influencers and we're not that kind of show here. We're, kind of like a history lesson, as we always say. And I think, if you look at like last week, we had Hana on from Asagram, you know, and then this week we have obviously Leon. We've had guys from Raped Ape on in the past. We had Mike Pooch on here. That was like last year. We had Lord Sabathan from Slaughter Messiah and Throne, and like John Berry from Ancient Rites. You had Harry Quokinen from Hooded Menace, and Hail Conjurer, and Magnus from Aberration, and just different kind of guests. Not
John
always this
Gallagher from Raven.
John Gallagher from Raven. And we had Mike Deanna on. Well, anybody who doesn't know, Mike Deanna was a Tampa St. Pete guy. He was an artist for a comic called Boiled Angel. He was also like when he was arrested for his artwork. They tried to link him to the Bundy Gainesville killings. Um, so he was actually put in jail for this, and they basically drove his family out of town. I mean, it's a crazy story. Anybody who doesn't know the Mike Deanna story, we had Mike on the show probably last year, I think it was. Um, we had Alan Howarth on. I mean, the guy who worked with John Carpenter on the Halloween music. Worked he did Star Trek. He did stuff for the Gremlins. They
The
Live. I mean,
Thing.
and the Prince of Darkness. I mean, I'll tell
Yeah,
you what, and They Live. I mean, how true is that, huh? There's
yeah.
yeah,
Today it is.
yeah, how things have
Today
come
it
to
is.
truth.
Yes, they
Uh,
have.
Yeah, so, I mean, we like to we have a variety of underground extreme guests, and tonight's gonna be a really good history lesson for anybody who's a for if you're a Monstrosity fan, I'm telling you, you guys are in for a treat tonight. I know Ed's been waiting to get this record out, and I know Lee's been waiting to get this record out, which we're gonna talk to him about that tonight, so we're definitely looking forward to that. We upcoming guests, like I said, me and Ed were talking before the show. We're going to kind of move along kind of fast tonight as we've been doing for the last few weeks because, like I said, it's going to be a long show tonight. Next week, we have part two of the Lee interview. He'll be hanging out with us next week again. Week after that, we have Perversifier from French black metal band Merrimack. He also played with Corpus Christi, Ancestral Fog, and Morte Incandescente. Week after that, we have Imprecation out of Houston, Texas, coming on. And also, we have Kyle Thomas is going to be hanging out again. We had Kyle Thomas on probably maybe 2 years ago, episode 33. So, I mean, you know, Kyle from Ex Hoarder, Trouble, Floodgate, Alabama Thunder Pussy, and a bunch of other stuff, man. So Kyle, me and Ed have known Kyle for years, so it should be another great catching. It should be great catching up with him. So we have a lot of stuff going on here. And Ed, I don't know, t-shirts. Let's mention t-shirts. They are at print right now. Whoever's ordered a t-shirt from us, we appreciate it more than you know. Again, thank you for the support. There will be a few extras, I'm sure. So hit us up. But once they're gone, this is probably going to be the last batch for another year. It's yeah, we haven't done them since 2023, right? I think it was
24, I think it was. When
24.
we did we got them for the Swarm Fest.
So as you're right, you are correct. So this will be the second print we're doing of them. After that, I don't know because it's really the
It's a
reason we're
pain in
doing.
it's hard because you live there and I can't get you shirts for Europe because the shipping would be extra, it would just be too
It's
much.
ridiculous.
So that's
Yeah,
why we're doing it when you're coming because you can take them back with you. And anybody who's bought a shirt, the day I get them, I got envelopes and I got everything ready. They're going right out. Uh,
he already sent Vincent Crowley out his last week.
yep. So everybody's going to, you will get it within days of me having the box. Hopefully I got it. We got an anticipated date for the getting them. I hope that mark gets hit because it's when you're about to be here. So that would be excellent if that worked out the way it's supposed to, which I anticipate it will. It never had, I haven't had any stalls with Nick, so should be perfect. But yeah, we'll get them out. And if you do want them, I mean, if you haven't seen the shirt design, look on our Instagram. It's a killer. I mean, the artwork is killer. Um, Hell, if you open up the new Monstrosity when you get it, you might see it in there in the promo picture. I can't tell you for sure, but you might. So,
That's right.
it's a great way to promote our show. If you like the show, you buy band shirts, well, buy a Tampa Morgue shirt because, we bust our ass to do this show for you guys. And as Tony said, we don't make any money. So, that's a good way to help us promote the show.
And they're very limited. 25
Very,
bucks a
very,
pop. These days,
very.
that's what it goes. We paid, me and Ed can tell you, we used to pay less for the shirts to get made. So this is how it works with the way things are today. So, you know, grab them while you can because I have a feeling even we're going to be at the Metal Museum, which we're going to run the promo here in a couple of minutes with Dave Allison, and they may be gone after that. The remaining ones we have. So, you know,
Can only hope.
yeah, I can only hope. So that's the plan there. And speaking of Dave Allison, I did speak to Dave this week, and he will pop on here to talk a little bit about the museum in the next week or two. So we'll keep you updated on that. And Ed, I don't know. What do you want to just? I say we get
Let's move
going, right?
along, man, because
Move along. It's gonna be a
Lee's about ready to go.
yeah. So Mr. Lee Harrison will be joining us, like we said, in about 10 minutes. So let's get moving here. So we're going to go into the Dave Allison promo, and then we'll just mention some releases. Like I said, everything's going to be a little altered today, a little shorter. And then we'll mention a few shows that we have, and then we'll get Lee on here. So what I'm going to do is before Lee comes on, and before we play the promo for the Tampa Bay Metal Museum, I'm going to play some Terrorizer. I'm going to play Trench of Corruption that came out on the Caustic Attack record, 2018. Came out on the End Records, and we're going to play that, and then we're going to do the Death Metal Dave Museum promo, and then we'll do some releases, and then we'll do shows, and then we'll get Lee Harrison on here. Ed, anything else?
Nope, let's do it.
This is Terrorizer with Trench of Corruption from the Caustic Attack record, 2018. We'll be back on the Tampa Morgue after this track and a few promos.
up, Tampa Morgue listeners? This is Death Metal Dave from the Tampa Bay Museum of Metal. And I'd like to ask you to join us on February the 7th at Magnanimous Brewery, Seminole Heights, where we're going to have a killer display of Florida metal history. Backdrops, guitars, drums, clothing, you name it, we're going to have it. And it's pretty freaking cool, man. Come out and support the metal and drink our Tampa Bay Museum of Metal beer. And always listen to the Tampa Morgue with Tony and Ed. It's just Death Metal Dave. In your face.
And that was Dave Allison, a.k.a. Death Metal Dave from the Tampa Bay Museum of Metal. And for more information, visit www.tampabaymuseumofmetal.com. There you will find all the Tampa Bay and Florida metal history that dates back to 1982 and takes you to the current day. Dave Allison will be joining us probably next week to talk about the exhibit. We're looking forward to having him on. And before that, we played some Terrorizer. We played Trench of Corruption from the Caustic Attack record that came out in 2018 on the End Records. Again, we're going to be joined by Lee Harrison very soon. If you are new to the Tampa Morgue, we appreciate you checking out the show. This is episode 123. You can go back and listen to all the past interviews for free wherever you listen to your podcasts. There you will find interviews with guys like Chris Volcano from Abominator, ex-Destroyer 666, Cemetery Urn, Denouncement Pyre. It was his first audio interview ever. Atax and Scum from the German black metal band Pest. It was also their first audio interview ever in 27 years. Yuha of Death Chain and Chamber of Unlight and War Mood Lord. Also Barathrum, he was on the show a couple weeks ago. We also had Kev Desecrator of Destroyer 666, Sepulchre, Venefiction, and Profanation on not too long ago. Tony Thomas of Witch Vomit and Torture Rack was on here. Noella of Hexea out of Texas. Anti, a.k.a. Necroterror of Cadaveric Incubator, ex-Slugother. He's also in Satanic War Master. He was on the show a couple months ago. Vincent Crowley from Acheron, ex-Nocturnus, the Vincent Crowley band at Infidel Reich. He was on the show a few times. We had Yarno of Urn, Graves, former member of Barathrum, on the show. We had Yano of Anal Vomit on here out of Peru. Bloody F Mess, some great stories on that one also. Used to hang out with Gigi Allen. He's been on the show a few times, actually. Sadistic Fornicator and bassist The One of UK's Necromaniac were on the show. W. Horror Preacher of Finland's Vomit Angel. Chris Reifert of Autopsy Abscess, Eat My Fucking Violation Wound. He was on here. Nasty Ronnie of Nasty Savage was on the show not too long ago. Gives us a full history lesson of Nasty Savage in the Tampa scene. Hana from Asagram was on last week. Blaine Cook of The Accused and Accused AD. Speaking of Nasty Savage, we also had Dave Austin on from Nasty Savage when we first started doing the show. Pat from Hellwitch was actually our first interview ever. You can find him on the back episodes. We had Sergeant Salston on from Deathhammer. Infernal and Odin of Disaster. Daniel Avenger from Nocturnal, Angel of Damnation, and Black Priest of Satan. We had Simo, a.k.a. Black Venom of the band Flame from Finland, on the show. He also played with Adorier and Urn. We had David Howard Thornton, who played Art the Clown in the Terrifier films. Snowy Shaw from King Diamond, Merciful Fate, and Extra Notre Dame. Dallas Toller Wade was on the show a few times from Nile and Narcotic Wasteland. We had Blood Serpent from Vietnam. We had Udo from Accept on the show. We had Glenn Destructor on the show from the Mighty Destructor out of Australia. Kyle Thomas from Ex-Hoarder, Trouble, and Floodgate. He was on here. Rob from Lucifericon, ex-Destroyer 666. Martin Missy from Protector. We had Louisma from Hemorrhage on the show. We had Paul Speckman on here from Master. Nige Rocket from Onslaught. Luciferian Rights out of Mexico. We also had Terry Butler of Obituary, Death, Massacre, and Denial Fiend on here. Eric from Goat Seaman out of Peru. King Fally of Deceased on October 31. We had Jeff Mandis on the show for 5 hours. That is a deep dive into the history of Venom. Ritual Butcher of Finland's Arc Goat. Glad to see they're back in the studio doing a new record. Tony Dolan from Venom, Venom Inc. and Adam Craft. John Walker of Cancer. We had Ed Miller of Negative Plane on here. We had the guys from Columbia's Witch Trap on here also. Henry from God Dethroned. We've had Gene from Angel Corpse on here a few times, also of Perdition Temple and Malefic Throne. We had Lee Payne on here from Club and Hoof. Dave from Mortar Scold, the guys from Morbid Saint, and there's many more you can go back and listen to, all for free wherever you stream your podcasts. So we appreciate you checking out the show, and anybody who listens to the show all the time, sorry you have to sit through that, but we're trying to promote the show a little. If you need to email us, just send us an email to thetampamorgue@gmail.com. We will respond, or send us a message on the Instagram page. The Instagram page is the most updated social media thing we have. So for upcoming guests or like the latest info on the show, definitely recommend you check out the Instagram page. I'm trying to move a little fast tonight because we got Lee waiting to come on, and it's gonna be a long episode, I believe. So I'm gonna do the releases right now, and then we're gonna mention if there's any shows, and then we're gonna get Lee Harrison on here. And for releases, I'm gonna start out with Barbarian. The Italian speed thrash metal band are putting out an album called Reek of God. It's coming out on Dying Victims Productions out of Germany. Barbarian formed in 2009. Their first release was a self-titled demo in 2010. Band has put out 2 EPs, 2 splits, a live album, and Reek of God will be the band's 6th full length. Reek of God has 12 tracks, including an L7 cover of Freak Magnet. I always thought L7 was a great band. Barbarian's Reek of God will be available January 23rd. Next, we have Karloff, the German black punk metal band. They're releasing an album called Revered by Death. It's coming out also on Dying Victim Productions. Karloff formed in 2018. First release was a 3-song demo in 2018. Band features members past and present of Hallucinate, Phantom Corporation, and Slaughter Day. Revered by Death will have 8 tracks and be available January 23rd on Dying Victims Productions. Next, Bone Weapon, the Philadelphia death doom metal band. They're releasing an album called Chaos Marked by Death of Sun. It's coming out on Transylvanian Recordings out of Oakland. Bone Weapon formed in 2022. First release was a 2023 demo titled Thrive or Starve. This will be the band's first full length, and Chaos Marked by Death of Sun will have 5 tracks and be available January 23rd. Then we're going to go over to Strikehammer, the Italian black speed metal band. They're putting out an album called Midnight Inferno on Metal Records out of Italy. Strikehammer formed in 2023. The band's first release was an EP titled Chaotic Spell that came out in 2023. The band features members past and present of Surge Assault, Vexo Void, Forgotten Tomb, and Rising Dark. Midnight Inferno has 9 tracks and will be available January 23rd. And then we move on to Invictus, the Japanese death metal band. They're releasing an album called Nocturnal Visions on Misako Uju Records out of the UK. Invictus formed in 2015 and put out a single in 2015. They were also on a split in 2016, and the band put out its first full length in 2020 titled The Catacombs of Fear. They have also released a few demos and put out a comp. Nocturnal Visions will have 9 tracks, be the band's second full length, and it'll be available January 26th. And last, Malignant Aura, the Australian death doom metal band. They're putting out an album called Where All of Worth Comes to Wither on Memento Mori. Malignant Aura formed under the name Cursed by a Hag in 2017. They changed their name to Malignant Aura in 2018. They did put out a 2017 demo under the name Cursed by a Hag and a full-length under Malignant Aura in 2022 titled Abysmal Misfortune is Draped Upon Me. Where All Worth Comes to Wither has 5 tracks that will be out January 26th on Memento Mori. And Ed, what do you have for shows?
Yeah, as far as shows, I don't have anything except for what you announced or are going to announce.
Yeah, I only have 2 I'm gonna mention, man, and I think we talked about one last week. We kinda been mentioning it the last few weeks. It's Skeletal Remains, Friday, February 6th at the Brass Mug. It's gonna be Skeletal Remains, Virulence out of Tampa, Morbidity out of Chicago, Grave Filth out of Gainesville, and Law of Casualty. Tickets are $15 pre, $20 day of the show. Doors at 7, shows at 8. Again, that's Friday, February 6th at the Brass Mug, 1450 Skipper Road. And and the same show, basically, a couple different bands on it, though. Saturday, February 7th, Skeletal Remains, Virulence, Mind Virus, Morbidity, and that's going to be at Pineapples, which is 1434 Pineapple Ave, Melbourne, Florida. Again, $15 before the show, $20 day of show. Doors at 7, shows at 8. And that's all I have for shows, Ed. I say we play some new Monstrosity. We've been waiting, we've been talking about this for a while now off the show when we can do this, and today is the day. So I say we hop on that.
I'm good. Let's do it, man.
Okay. And before we do that, we don't know how this is going to end tonight. So if it goes long with Lee, like I said, he's going to be back next week too, because we know this is going to be like a deep history dive interview. We may end the show right when Lee leaves today for the first part. If we do, Ed, where can everybody find anything Tampa Morgue related?
Apple, Spotify, Amazon, anywhere there's podcasts, anywhere. We do put it on YouTube, no video. The tampamorgue@gmail.com for any correspondence. Definitely check out the Instagram page because you are always all over that every day. As a matter of fact, when we were doing a show the other day, I noticed that it popped up and I'm like, how does that work? I'm looking at you. I didn't even see you do anything. I think it does it automatically sometimes where you set it and it just rehashes it, but you're consistently putting out, stuff, and it's awesome. So, but
Yeah,
yeah, that's where to find us.
yeah, and, again, everybody too, man, this is a perfect episode for what's coming up, the Metal Museum. I think it kind of fits this, what's gonna take place in a couple weeks in Tampa, so I know Lee's gonna be out there too, so, it's kind of the perfect time for this, so we're gonna play some new Monstrosity right now. Um, Again, we're
About
gonna have
fucking time.
About fucking
About
time.
fucking time.
Yeah. Lee Harrison's gonna join us, obviously, Lee, Malevolent Creation, has done filled in for which we'll talk about tonight, Obituary and Human Condition,
Terrorizer.
Terrorizer, he's doing some drums for me and Ed in a band called Cricket Casket, which, we talked about last week, which we it's me, Ed, Yarno from Earn, so that should be a good time, but, yeah, man, we've been looking forward to this, and I'm glad Lee agreed to do it. Lee kinda knew what he was getting into by coming on tonight, so, let's start it now, man. So Ed,
Let's hope
let's
let's
introduce.
hope he knows what he got into.
Yes.
'Cause
Yes.
and obviously, we've already set it up for 2 shows, so that should tell you something.
Yeah.
We've already made that assumption that it's gonna be a barn burner, so, yep, let's
Shitload of Florida, Tampa Bay history on this one,
absolutely, man.
so, yeah,
Absolutely.
so Ed, do your thing, man. You introduce, this is, your first,
Reveal?
Monstrosity record out, so,
Yeah. So, here we go. Before we get into Lee, we're gonna play the new Monstrosity, Colossal Rage. Hope you fucking dig it.
and we'll be back with Lee Harrison on the Tampa Morgue after this track. And that was Monstrosity with Colossal Rage, and we are joined by the drummer and founder of the band, Lee Harrison. What's up, dude?
How we doing?
Doing good, man, and very happy to finally have you on the show. We've been talking, believe it or not, man, for the last couple of years. We've been like, eventually we're going to get Lee on here, and by gunpoint, we've made it happen. And dude, new song we just played, man. First of all, let's start there. New Monstrosity record, new Monstrosity song that everyone's just heard. So first of all, man, can you tell us what is going to be the name of the new record?
Screams from beneath the surface.
Nice.
And
And can you
yeah, just kind of keep, it's one of those things I always just kind of drive around or I'm thinking, I work on the titles, it's like sometimes I'll have a word, like for the last album I had passage for a long time. I knew it was going to be passage something, but it just took me a while to like figure out I'll go through different permeations of what it's going to be, It was rites of passage, was kind of like the original thing, but that seemed kind of too typical. And then so I was just had this passage thing, this was the last album. For this album, I don't know, just I forget how it came to me, but it did. And screams from beneath the surface. It's a little bit long, and I can see people like, obviously people will shorten it probably to screams from beneath or something similar with
call it
that. I don't know.
Screams?
Yeah. But whatever, it is what it is. And that's kind of, I just went with it, it seemed the best. I really didn't have anything else. The original, I, when I started writing for this album was actually during the mixing of the last album. I had 4 songs and I jokingly called the demo 2025, like that was the name of the demo, and that was like exaggerating the length of, like that was it would be like now saying that our next album is gonna be like, 3033, and then it actually doesn't come out till 3034, it's like, god damn it, like we try to make, like the last album, Between Spiritual and Passage was 11 years, and I was like, well, I told everybody during the interviews during that time, oh, we're not going to let it go it won't be that long this time, you know, and that's why I, started writing during the mixing of the last album, just, because, we didn't want to take it that, and it still ended up being 8 years. So go figure. I can't, I try, and just certain, life, record contracts, artwork, studio schedules, different things going on, it just drags it out and, um, there's other personal reasons too that, Ed knows about, but, that,
Band
we can't
members,
talk
all that
about.
stuff.
Yeah, there's just things that happen in life, what can I say? So it was 8 years this time, and so, like I said, the 2025 was like an exaggeration and a joke, but it turned out being it wasn't until 2026, we finally get the record out.
Well, COVID took a couple years off of everybody.
Oh yeah, definitely. For those who don't know, what is the lineup on this record that you guys have?
Okay, so, um, it's myself on drums, Ed Webb, obviously, on vocals, Mark Van Erp, who was the original bass player from Imperial Doom. Me and him technically formed the band, it was me and Mark before Corpse Grinder, before anybody else. Um, and then, Matt Barnes, who's been in the band for, since 2010. So he's been in the band a long time. He was on Passage. He toured for Spiritual, and then, now he's on the new album. He's kind of my main, cohort, so to speak, on the new album, helping me shape the album and make it better. And then, Justin Walker, he played stuff on the album, but he he's kind of, he's a busy guy. He's got other bands that he's involved with, and, um, we've been working with Sam Molina as far as the 5th member, and Sam didn't play on the album, and Justin did play on the album, but
we didn't know if he was gonna actually be, part of the band in the future just because his schedule with his bands, you know, uh, so we kind of made a decision that, we would, promote this record as a four-piece and kinda see where things go. So Justin does play on the album. He didn't play on the rhythms tracks, he just played solos, but he really did some knockout work though on the album. I mean, he really did step up to the plate, and he came in, and it was cool. It was something that where I brought in guitar players. I brought in Jason Morgan to Jim Morris and Scott Burns, and they were always blown away by Jason Morgan. And so I brought in, bringing in Justin was cool just because he's such a talent, and having him more or less cut heads with Jim Morris, as far as, you know, what went on the album, and it just it was a cool experience, because, Justin had never been to Morris Sound and he didn't know Jim at the time. And so it was cool bringing those two worlds together, and then the fact that he did such a great job, just, but at the same time, like I said, he's busy he's got several other bands, original bands, plus he does a cover band. I actually go see him a lot down in Clearwater Beach. I'll go hang out and watch his band, and they're phenomenal cover band. I mean, they really are good, but he's playing like disco hits and like, uh, you know, keeping
What's their
people
name?
dancing. They're called The Difference is the cover band, and then he's got Anthill Cinema, which is like that's like his baby, like, and then he plays with them kind of like with Monstrosity, where like he does it more as like a side gig. He plays with a band called The Hip Abduction, and they're like kind of like one of those reggae jam band type bands, but they tour a lot, and they're kind of, they've done some Shed tours, and they played Red Rocks, and they've done some big shows, like he stays pretty busy with them. So, like, between all those bands, and I think he has some other projects too. I think he works with Ronnie D, who, um, I don't know his current band or what he's doing, but he's a saxophone player. He used to be in a band called D-Force that used to play around Tampa forever and ever and ever. And I think he was, his father was like Donnie, what was his name? Joey D and the Starlighters, which had like a '60s hit. So, like, he grew up as like this, you know, understanding the music business or whatever. So anyway, he's a kind of like a big shot around here. He plays, everywhere, and he's a known figure. And so he plays with Greg Billings, I think, or at least sits in with him if he's not in the band. But anyway, so like Justin plays with Ronnie D, and he plays with all these, other people too. I mean, he's played with John Oliva. They did, uh, I forgot what show it was, but he did sit it, and he played with them back when Matt Laporte was still alive. Um, and he played with Tardy Brothers. So, um, but anyway, he's just so talented that he can fall into like all these different styles of music like it's nothing. I mean, he literally like, same with Matt Barnes. Um, we had another guy that was auditioning when Matt Barnes was auditioning, and he was like, "Oh, can you show me the riffs and this and that?" And then we had Matt Barnes, who read the tablature and walked in and played the songs note for note perfect. And it's like, well, who are we going to choose? And Justin was kind of the same thing. Where like we had a tour, like I forget, it was 2019. We were going to Europe. It was the first time we worked with Justin, and like he literally, he reads the tablature and does his homework and walks in and plays the songs. Like that. Those are the kind of people that I want to work with. You know what I mean? I don't want to sit around and like, I remember back in the day with Imperial Doom, like after when we moved from Fort Lauderdale to Tampa, like John Rubin didn't want to move. And so we had to find a new guitar player. And I remember like there was two or three guys at least, and two of the guys, I spent a month each just getting the first song down, Definitive Inquisition. It took them like a month to get that one song down. So like going from that to these days where we can just give you the tablature and you can walk in, if you can't walk, I don't want to say if you can't walk in playing the songs, because I mean, the stuff is insanely hard, but you know, It's just nice in this day and age that the players are like that, where they can just, they're that professional where they can just walk in and they sound like they've been in the band for 10 years, you know?
Because you've been doing this for a while, man, and I'm sure, like, for you, you've went through and I've read in past interviews with you and stuff that one thing that you do appreciate is you don't mind all the member changes through the years, right? Because you got to play with so many different artists.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't like it for sure, but at the same time, now at this point, it's kind of like, I've just learned to adapt and not get so excited, not get so worried about, oh my God, who's going to, now I got to find somebody else because I've been lucky that good players gravitate towards me, because of that.
And
So that it makes it easier, like I said, where Matt Barnes can just walk in, Justin Walker can just walk in and play these songs, and I get guys hit me up, it's like guys want to, prove their worth, you know what I mean? Oh, dude, I can do it. So they, give me a chance, and it's like, well, I don't need you right now, but I'll put you on my short list, you know.
wow,
I always kind of keep a short list. And plus, like even with other bands, like Diabolic, like the guy they have front singing for him now, what I mean? I helped them find that guy. Same with Hellwitch, I got him the Hellwitch gig or, helped facilitate that, I helped, I even, when Nile needed a bass player, like I submitted like 4 names for them. So I'm kind of, people come to me, when they need players and things like that, just, because of the fact that I've been through the ringer so many times with different players. And, I counted up that we've had 39 different lineups.
god damn. God damn. Yeah, and well, obviously, you mentioned that you guys did again, you're back in Morris Sound with Jim Morris. You've worked with him many times, which we'll talk about tonight. Can you tell us how many tracks are gonna be on the new record? And obviously the release date.
Uh, 10 songs, and March 13th is the release date, finally.
Have you guys is artwork done already? Can you announce who the artist for the album is?
Uh, Timble, Kiono is his name. He did the last album. Um, it's really nice, just having, having him available because, in the past, like on Millennium, of course, everybody gives us crap about the Millennium cover, oh, blah, blah, blah. Looks like 90s computer art, They even say that about Dark Purity, and it's like, well, that's what it is, you know what I mean? It's like it is 90s computer art. But at the time it was kind of something new and different. And the fact that I don't have Rembrandt on speed dial, you know what I mean? I'm sorry, I don't have like, you know, and Dan Seagrave, as much as I love him, he's more of a commodity now and he charges a lot of money. We can't afford those kind of things.
No.
And so it's just nice, when I kind of found Timble by accident. They're working with Terrorizer that he had done a t-shirt for Terrorizer. He was doing some, it was an Indonesian deal. And I was, the artwork was killer. I was like, Pete, we should make that the album cover, for Caustic Attack. It was like, oh, okay, well, yeah, that sounds good. And then, I'm still wrestling around with this was for Passage of Existence. I'm still wrestling around with I had my idea. I just didn't have anyone to really execute it. Oh, I know what happened. We had this guy, Zbigniew Bialik, who does the ghost. He does all the ghost artwork. And he's done like Paradise Lost. He did an Entombed record. He did Creator record, I want to say. Anyway, he had approached me and like he's like, I just want to work with the band. I said I can't, I don't have a big budget here, you know what I mean? Anyway, he cut me a deal and this and that. The problem was he could never get me anything. I gave him my idea and it took almost a year just to get like a just a black and white little quick doodle sketch, and it came down to it, like, the album's done, everything's done, and we're like, I'm still waiting on this guy, you know what I mean? And no offense, I mean, I understand he's Mr. Ghost and he's big and, he's doing other things, but,
But you have a
um,
schedule too.
yeah, it was time to move on and, like, I gotta come up with something. And, anyway, just to, Pete's like, from Terra or yeah, Pete Sandoval, he's just like, you should use that Timble guy, I was like, all right, yeah, if you don't mind, I appreciate it. So I gave Timble my little idea, that I had. And like 3 days later, what you see on the album is what he came up with. Well, I take that back too. I could, because we had given Mike Robachek, the singer that sang on those albums, Spiritual and Passage. Um, he was an artist and he did a thing, but it kind of had more of a computer feel. It was like the same idea, and but it was a computer thing, and I wanted to go with, like, more of a hand painting thing, so that's why we didn't use Mike Robachek's original artwork, and, nothing against him, it was just, plus I wanted to keep it separate too, just have the, yeah, artist be the artist, the singer be the singer. Um, Not that it wouldn't have worked. I mean, it wasn't totally against it, but it was just the fact more that it was computer generated versus hand painted. And literally, the guy came back. Timble came back within 3 days, and like he just like knocked it out of the park. And he didn't know my ideas, so it's not. I know it's not like he just had some sitting around in his closet that he threw out at me, you know what I mean? Because it was my idea. So it was just, I thought that was pretty killer, the fact that he could whip it out that fast. And then he did a bunch of t-shirt designs for us too. And then, you know, he's done other stuff. Obviously, he did a bunch of Massacre stuff, and I think he's doing other bands too. But he's just, he's quick and he's killer, which is nice, so he did the cover again on this one, and he's easy to work with, and not to say that we'll use him every time in the future because, concept wise, it may not work in the future. I mean, we may want to try something different, but, um, at least for this, it was, he's a reliable guy and I like working with him.
Nice. And you guys also, obviously, everyone's finding out today, the song dropped and everything. You guys also did a video.
Yeah, this first time since our fateful final cremation video back in '92, which is unbelievably cheesy and horrible. We paid $1,500. It's got a huge pestilence logo behind us. There's literally, you can count, if you watch the video, you can count like 4 different times at least where there's somebody like walking across the stage in the middle of the performance. It's like just some random dude walking across the stage. So, and the band we were on, it was Pestilence, Monstrosity, and Torture, a band called Torture.
Yeah,
Um,
Germany,
um,
right?
German band, yeah, and they had 2 brothers that unfortunately got killed after that tour, but at the time, they have a video that, like, they shot their video at the same time as ours, so they have the same thing, the Pestilence logo behind them, and I don't know if there's guys walking across the stage, but it wouldn't surprise me. But it's the same style where it's just a bunch of cuts, of quick cuts that it's a horrible video, like, I don't know, it's just so we have actually a real video now. This is the first time. In the past, we've always wanted like the one video we did, the destroying divinity thing that everybody probably laughs at. um
Is
we
that the one with the smoke and the flames in the beginning?
Yeah. that was
Yes.
we had some guys like called himself a video director or whatever, and so we brought him in. I paid him $75 as a deposit. He ended up We ended up going to where I worked at the time. I worked at this bakery, and there was a huge warehouse, so we kinda cleared aside the room at the warehouse, and we filmed it there, and the guy never came, like, he disappeared for, like, 6 months, and then, finally came back in. He wanted, like, another 75 to keep working on it, so I gave him 75 more bucks, and he ended up giving me a VHS tape of all this stuff that we had shot, but it had the time codes at the bottom, and, so, I'm waiting for this guy to do something with this video, and he just disappeared, and that was the last we ever heard of him. So, I don't know, it was like, Dark Purity was like '99, so this was probably around 2001 or 2 even. I took that footage and I edited it together, and if you see there's like a little bar at the bottom, there's something at the bottom that kinda blocks off the time code,
Oh,
you know,
sweet,
just 'cause
nice.
it so it's like, taken from transferred from a VHS tape, and it's cheesy quality and, whatever. Avery, he had the idea, he, like, had some, like, parchment paper or whatever that he set on fire in his hand, and, like, he was good for ideas and concepts, that was one thing about Avery is he always had an idea, of something, so and that was just, the ideas that we had at the time. We had the smoke machine and we had you know, the
Avery
stuff
had
that
the
we had.
spikes on in the video. I
Yeah, the
mean,
gloves and the fucking
licking the knife.
yeah. Are you
Yeah.
someone who yes. Are you guys, like, someone who enjoys making videos? Or is it just kinda part of the job?
Well, real videos or
Yeah.
I mean, we did, it's kind of a new concept, as you can see with the video. We're not, like, exactly acting or doing anything like that, so, um, if we were to have to make, like, 10 videos, like, it would be interesting to see, like, I don't know, like, to try to act and do all that, it would be definitely something different, Um,
Who who did the video for you guys for this new one? For Colossal
Thomas
Rage?
Crane, Kill Devil Films, he's did, Queensryche and Todd La Torre videos. He did, uh, some videos with Wade Black's bands, some Sarasota guys, Crimson Glory guy, Ben Jackson, he did some videos with him. But, yeah, I think Queensryche, like, really, like, put him on the map as far as, like, becoming more of a major player, and his video, if you happen to watch it, it's called Monsters Among Us, it's he's definitely got a strange mind, and it's kinda more like I don't wanna say Marilyn Manson, but it's kinda got that vibe, that's more of like a gothic kind of vibe, but it's really good, actually. It's pretty cool, and, like, the amount of hours he put on his video, oh my god, because it's obviously his project, but, um, he's a talented guy for sure, no question.
Do you
And
have plans for any more videos for this record for the new record that's coming out?
yeah, without blowing any surprises, yeah.
Nice. And, I know you guys got some tours coming up.
Yeah, we're working the only thing we have confirmed right now is Maryland Death Fest, pre-party with Napalm, Sinister, and, Repulsion, and somebody else,
That's a
Organ
great
Dealer,
lineup.
I wanna say. Anyway, yeah, it's a really cool lineup, hopefully Sinister makes it, I think they will, um, and then, Brutal Assault, that's been confirmed, and then as far as, there's all kinds of talk going on for Europe and the States, so hopefully that lines up pretty soon, and, yeah.
Nice, man. Well, I gotta say, this is probably, Lee, this show, we give monstrosity updates, like, almost every week of what we can tell, so we kinda keep everyone covered a little bit from what Ed can share with us on the show. Um,
Yeah, and there may be stuff that confirms in between now and when the song comes out, so I guess you can update if needed.
nice, man.
Yeah, it's been really hard when it's like, "What can you say?" And I'm just like, I just have to do the zipper over the mouth because it's
Right.
because
Yeah,
until
because
stuff's confirmed, it's hard.
We've been getting people that were emailing us being like, "Hey, ask Ed this," and it's like, "Well, Ed can only tell you guys so much, so, we gotta."
Ed's not getting
right.
fired.
And as
Yeah,
far as you know, prior to the release of the song, we were trying it's, like, hard because you wanna promote the band, but at the same time, I'm trying to really keep it a low profile that way because it actually worked last time, um, when had made, like, a little 30-second teaser for Passage of Existence, and it was kind of the same thing where, like, we had been low profile, and then the teaser was, like, the first thing, and, and the fan reaction was, like, really strong because of it, you know what I mean? Just the fact that people weren't expecting it, it was kind of like a out of the blue kinda thing, and so that's kinda what I was going for with this, is just kinda not getting out there on Facebook and, like, just talking it up and talking it up. Now that the song's out there, the plan is to be out, keep things going and be out front and promoting and doing more posting and stuff like that. But I've been purposely keeping it down, keeping quiet before before this song release.
Lee, you've been around for a long time. You've seen so many changes. We live in a time period now where you put out a new record, bands, like, and it's about what? What would you say, like, Ed, what do we say about a 2 or 3 week period you have before people are on to the next thing? When we grew up, you bought Altars of Madness or whatever, the first DS, and you listened to it constantly until the fucking tape broke or
Right.
wore off. And,
Yeah.
now do you keep this in mind when you're preparing now to do a record?
It's just kind of industry standard at this point of like how it's going, what the way Metal Blade works, and what they want. That was kind of their schedule. Eh, like with the last album, we had signed the deal in May of 2018. We had turned it all into them in May, and then so, like, they pumped out, like, the first single in June, and then, like, a second and a third one, like, over the summer, and then, like, the third one, I think, was when the day the album came out. Um, so I have a feeling it'll be similar, something similar to that where, Metal Blades got their schedule and we just kinda stick to their schedule, and it works with us too, so, like, we're happy with it. So, of course, I'm just so glad to finally have the song out, after so long, because we started recording the album in 2023, so and here we are.
Yeah, like you said, it's been, 2018, The Passage came out. Um, so time as you before you know it, it's 8 years later.
Right.
Um,
And COVID hit, that so you got that whole time period in there that kinda like everybody was I was actually working harder, that was kind of when COVID first hit, that was when I really kind of finished up the writing for this album. But, yeah, so, um, the songs they were done, like 2020, 2021 at the, early stages of 2021.
and did you write all the material for this? And you're doing all the I know through the albums, which we'll talk about tonight, there's different writers on some of them. You've handled a lot of the lyrics in the past. But did you handle all the lyrics on the new record?
Yeah. Yeah. Um, kind of well, Imperial Doom, I did everything. On Millennium, I did 9 out of 10. That was George's only song that he's written that I know of. He wrote Slaves and Masters, that song. I did put the chorus part in there. That was mine, but the rest of it, like all the verses are George's. Um, and it wasn't back then it wasn't a case of that I was trying to hog the lyrics. He just didn't write lyrics, so and it was something that I did like, I was a part of, the what do you call them? The vocal patterns, I guess you would say. They're not really melodies, but yeah, the vocal patterns and kind of coming up, being the drummer, that instead of making it just kind of like where everything's on the downbeat, making certain patterns, like where it mixes it up where it's like starts on an upbeat or things like that, where like maybe an average guy or an average singer wouldn't think of, So I bring that to the table too, as far as like trying to make the patterns a little more interesting. They sometimes they just kind of write themselves, the songs, because there's, you got to be there is a limitation. Once you write it, you're kind of stuck within those confines. There's you know variations you can do it, but it's got to be one of those variations. So um, That's kind of how it goes. So, Dark Purity, like, for instance, Jason Avery wrote the whole album. I didn't write anything as far as lyrics on that album, and that was just because he came in, like I said, he had concepts and he had, ideas, and he could handle it, and at the time, I was kinda, I had kind of, you know, put everything I had into Millennium, so I was kind of burned out as far as ideas, so having him come in and, he wrote the Dark Purity lyrics, it kinda was like gave me a little time to recharge my batteries. And then with Rise to Power, um, well, just to back up a little bit, Avery at the end of, obviously George left, so we got Avery, and Avery, he could have been on Millennium because he was still, we were working with him while we were recording Millennium, but it was a case of I felt that, um, the songs were written around George's voice. He already knew the songs. Um, it would be better to just record the album with George, and then that would give Avery time to like perfect the high screams because when he came in the band, he didn't do any high screams. Like that was all new to him. He just, with Eulogy, he only did like growling lows. So, um, that was, but we did have Jason, Avery did do like he did some backups on Fragments of Resolution and one or two other songs he did like backups on maybe. But he's definitely on the album, as we kind of, wanted to throw him a bone at least, like, but then we had all the touring for like Millennium that we did with Jason Avery. And then so Dark Purity, he wrote the lyrics, and then um we did all the touring with in Dark Purity. And at some point, kind of at the end of the In Dark Purity era, he got into tattooing. And so he like kind of lost interest in the music thing and fell more into the tattooing. He was making money all of a sudden, like doing better than he had been doing financially. And like, I think he saw that as, more of his lucrative, obviously, music, living off music's pretty crazy and
Yeah.
not going to happen most likely. But, at the same time, it was disappointing because, he's falling out of love with music and, doing the band and whatnot. So we had, Tony Norman at the time had a friend named Bobby, and he was from South Carolina, and Bobby ended up doing we had a bunch of tours booked, and Bobby did the one tour. We had 40 shows in the US, and then we had 2 weeks off, and then we had a Morbid Angel show, and then we had 2 weeks off, and then we had another 40-date tour with Deeds of Flesh. And so the first 40-date tour we did with Bobby, and he did great. He kinda had that George Corpse Grinder thing. He could do the high screams. He did, and he had like, you know, he kinda had like a mohawk or whatever, so he didn't have the long hair. Like, it was a different look as far as the band, as far as head spins and all that stuff. We didn't have that. But, whatever, who cares? He sounded great, and he did a good job, and, but at the end of that 40 shows, he went back to South Carolina. He was presumably gonna get his things, and, he was gonna come back down, and we were gonna do that Morbid Angel show, and he kinda disappeared. Nobody Tony he was Tony's friend, and Tony couldn't get a hold of him. We're like, "Dude, we're getting down to the wire here. Is this guy gonna do it, or what's going on with him?" We ended up getting George back for that Morbid Angel show, and that was like kind of like a little, like, a George reunion, so to speak. And, if you watch it on YouTube, I mean, the show was killer. I mean, we blew away. I mean, I hate to say it, but we blew Morbid Angel away. They were like, because they had toured so much, and everybody'd seen him a million times anyway. But, we came in with George and just laid waste. Crowd was insane. So that was fun, and it was just a one-off, one time, one thing. But anyway, then we had 2 weeks to kind of figure out, Are we gonna cancel this tour? Or are we gonna find somebody else? So, on that tour with Bobby, we started in Fort Myers and we ended in Fort Myers. And there was a local band, they were called Calibus, that opened up, and Sam was in the band Calibus. But I had originally, they had a singer, a guy named Chase, and he was pretty good. So, like, I thought, let's give this guy a try. So I called Chase, or I got in touch with him somehow. I don't remember exactly how, but I got in touch with him, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. So he learned like Angel's Venom and maybe a couple other tunes. And he came up and rehearsed with us, and he sounded okay. It wasn't perfect, but it sounded, like, okay, this could work. And then, like, a day or two later or something, he's like, "Hey, man, my wife's in the hospital. She's got health problems and this and that. I'm not gonna be able to do it. But my guitar player Sam wants to try, and he does backups with our band, but he's he says he knows, a couple of the tunes already, and he wants to give it a shot. Wondering if you could audition him. So I was like, sure, at that point I was kind of desperate. So I was like, sure, we'll check him out. And then Sam came in and he did good, he nailed it, you know, he, uh, did a good job. So he was the singer all of a sudden, and like, so, I mean, this is all within 2 weeks, and we had a 3-day drive for the first show of the next 40-date tour out in San Francisco was where that tour started. So I remember the whole tour, like the whole drive out to San Francisco, Sam's like writing lyrics down, like I will not chew gum in class. Like he's writing the lyrics down like that, like just completely just writing them down over and over and over and over, trying to get them in his head. And anyway, the long and short of it is that Sam came into the band, and we actually started touring, like, we were getting all these offers. We did, like, a Mexican tour, we did a European tour, we did several, like, South American things, and, like, went to Brazil, and, so, like, all of a sudden, things were popping, and Sam kinda got he was able to do all those shows as the singer of the band. But, like, with Sam, like, I noticed, like, kinda like, if the crowd was, like, with him, he would do great, and, like, he would get the crowd going and whatnot. But if the crowd was, like, a little standoffish, he'd kinda, like, I don't know, just get quiet, and that he wouldn't be as, like, animated, so to speak. And so, I could tell he wasn't, like, totally, like, happy as the singer, basically. And then we had started recording Rise to Power, and it was kinda right before we had done that. Actually, Sam that's why I brought this up, is because Sam ended up writing lyrics with me for Rise to Power. We did a lot of the demos, and, like, he actually works with me, it's like it's refreshing, like, we were able to work together and you know, go back and forth on things. And anyway, so when it came down, though, Avery was, like, seeing that we were doing like, we were going here, we're going there, we're doing all this, and I think Avery, at that point, had, like, the tattoo thing had kinda plateaued, and he realized, he wanted to get back in the band, that he realized he could do both, which is what I told him the whole time, is like, "Just do both, you can do it's not, like, that big a deal," but whatever. Anyway, so he wanted back in the band, and I just thought, to keep consistency with, singers and trying the public perception, that it would be better to have, Avery do Rise to Power, and he was, as far as I knew back then, he was coming back full time. And I knew, Sam was a guitar player, so instead of just firing Sam, I said, "Hey, man, would you be open to, playing second guitar?" And like he was like, "That's a, that's a breather for me because, I would prefer that, is what he told me. So like, I think, he was a lot happier as playing guitar rather than singing and fronting the band. Um, but the point being is that, you know, so with that album, it was me and Sam writing the lyrics. And then with, Spiritual, we brought Mike Robacek into the band, and, because Avery quit again, and, we ended up using Brian Werner for one tour, and, Brian was cool, just didn't work out as far as some of the vocal things. Nothing personal at all. It was just, at the time, um, I won't go into that, but he's cool. I love Brian. He's cool. So then, we brought in Mike Robacek because he was on that tour that Brian did, but like, um, he was killing it every night. And he just seemed like a good replacement, uh, a good, you know, singer to bring in. So the problem was he was from New York. That was kind of the one of the main issues. Yeah, but we, you know, we bit the bullet and said, you know, let's get him. Um, and just, you know, I went ahead and wrote the lyrics. Just I said, you know, I want to kind of take hold, you know, and bring back uh kind of the main, keep the theme consistent, you know, as far as, you know, the lyrics and everything. So I ended up writing all the spiritual lyrics. And then with Passage, Mike wrote he started to write some songs, you know, and um to be honest, I just ended up rewriting a lot of them. Um just because once I got into it, it just I had different ideas, and so I ended up writing that. Um, writing a lot of that album. He has a few verses here and there and stuff, but for the most part, it's me on Passage too. And then on this one, you know, it just I had already had, you know, a bunch of the songs done, you know, and
For you write most of the music too, you have, an idea of how they're gonna fall into the songs, right? So sometimes it's probably
totally,
if you
yeah,
hear it different, it just doesn't make sense to you. Just because when you created this, this is what you heard during the
right,
creation.
yeah. Um, sometimes it's, you know, sometimes there's happy accidents, you know what I mean? Sometimes
Yeah.
it's like, oh, I wouldn't have done that, you know, that's cool, you know, but so I'm not against it, you know. It just depends. It's kind of how Ted Nugent used to say, you know, like you have to win the argument with me, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Kind of
exactly, yeah,
thing,
no, it makes
you
total
know.
sense. Your background, you were born in Miami, right? You moved to Inglewood at the age of 13, which Inglewood is like anybody who's it's 84 miles from Tampa, right? Which if anybody European listens to the show, it's about 135 kilometers, I believe. But you moved there when you were 13 from Miami?
Basically 11, 12. Yeah, yeah.
And you start getting into
81.
Kiss early, early too, right? Like
I
around
was in a
7?
Kiss when I was 7 years in 1977. Um, I was just possessed by him, really. You know, like all the kid, you know, a lot of the, you know, people bitch about, oh, you know, the kids were coming out to the Dynasty shows, you know, and it's like, I didn't get to go to the Dynasty show, but I would have been one of those kids, you know, had I
Yeah.
had the opportunity, you know what I mean? But at the time, you know, everybody, you know, now some of the death metal guys are like, oh, Kiss, they, you know, that's, you know, but as a 7-year-old kid, you know what I mean? That was,
I was
you
a
know,
Kiss guy too, I totally
Gene
understand.
Simmons was like, you know, the breathing fire and the blood and the, you know, all the pyro and everything else, you know, that's, you know, possessed me. And I knew what I wanted to do since I've been 7 years old. This has been destiny, you know, like I've been on this, like, this is what I'm doing. And that's it, you know.
Yeah, I heard,
Um,
like so what, your neighbor got you in the Kiss when you were 7, and then your mom got you your first
yeah.
Kiss record?
Yeah, yeah. She took me down to Records Unlimited, got me Love Gun, like right when it came out. And then my great grandmother bought me Kiss Alive for Christmas. Um,
Eh, was that the
so
first
yeah,
record you ever
uh,
owned? Was Kiss,
pretty much.
personally?
Yeah, yeah,
I had even heard what, you had a teacher that confiscated Dress to Kill on you in school?
yeah. She did first grade, Miss Farrar, whatever her name was. Um, or no, that was Mrs. Myers. Um, yeah, and my dad came in and actually was, you know, went to bat for me on that. I thought I was going to be in trouble, you know, and "What are you doing bringing these Kiss records?" You know, but he went in there and, like, scolded her, you know? It was kinda cool.
Did you have a favorite solo record?
Uh, Holidays.
Yeah,
I didn't
that's a
get
good
into
watch.
Gene and Peter. Like, Peter's,
Peters is
Peter
like, yeah,
it's just not even rock, but whatever, I love Peter, I'm not he's turned out to be the classiest of the guys, in the end.
it's fucking crazy that Ace is gone though, isn't it, man? I mean, I was a Kiss
Yeah.
fan growing up. To think that, like, one of them is gone now. You knew you were gonna be in a band at 7, this is what you wanted to do, and you were already starting to, like, take books and pillowcases and make your own drums sets.
Yeah, I started with the spoons and the magazines, and then I graduated to the cardboard boxes. Um, I had a snare, and I had this wood block, and then I had a basketball in a little, like, garbage pail that, the basketball would sit in the garbage can, and that was my ride cymbal, because of the pinging off the basketball, and then I had all these cardboard boxes, and I remember God, I wish I had that tape because I would do shows, you know what I mean? I'd, like, do my own little shows in my head and, like, be singing out riffs and singing lyrics and, like, I wish I had that tape. God, I wish I had that 'cause it would just be hilarious. I can't imagine what it would be, but I had, like, because I had a little tape recorder, and I would just go around with that thing and, like, put on my own little personal shows, and I had, like, a growing up in the house in Miami, we had this swimming pool that had, like, this concrete overhang that, like, it was, like, a foot and a half or a foot that, like, went above the floor, and for whatever reason, my dad wanted to get rid of that, and so he had, like, taken on this endeavor, like, where he wasn't gonna pay anybody, he was just gonna do it himself. So all while I was growing up, he was chiseling away at this swimming pool, and so the pool was never full, and it had the shallow end had basically like a stage 'cause it was like there was like a 3 or 4 foot, like, drop off from the shallow end to the deep end, and so,
Most kids
like,
would make
I
a
w
skating ramp back in the day, but Lee has a concert hall.
well, the lower thing could have been the skating rink, but the shallow end was my stage, so, like, I would get in there and I'd have my electric tennis racket and, like, I would jam Kiss records and, uh and play along or whatever, just throw my show. I'd have shows, or doing whatever.
And your
But,
dad, what he got you what's your the first thing you actually like a real instrument, the first thing you got was an acoustic guitar?
yeah, he gave me acoustic and, I'm left-handed, so I was trying to play it left-handed and he wouldn't let me, and so it just kinda got me discouraged, and, so I didn't put it down, it was always there, I would still play with it here and there, but it kinda derailed me for a minute, as far as, like, what I wanted to do. I would still play the electric tennis racket right-handed, but, for whatever reason, when I was trying to play guitar, I wanted to play left, but I couldn't, and he wouldn't let me, and it was strung for a right hand, so, eventually, it was kind of a case, I would keep picking it up, and then it, ended up getting warped because I would leave it outside or I'd be out playing with it, or whatever. And, but it was still like, it was still somewhat playable. And then, um, my neighborhood buddies, they were, part of my band. Like we had a band called Ozone, and this my friend Brian at the time, he was kind of the more serious one. He'd come over and he had like a little small little PV amp. I mean, it was small, but we would jam and we would do there was a local band called Equinox that we could hear. We could hear them jamming, like, they were, like 2 or 3 blocks away, um, and we'd hear just the sound would carry, and so we ended up following the sound and ended up going, and we'd sit outside their window and, like, kinda watch them from outside. And they knew we were there, but whatever, they they invited us in one time, but and it may only been a couple times that we went, but we were like kind of like enamored with the, Equinox and the shit, just because it was something real that was going on in the neighborhood. Um, but we were kind of like, inspired by them to, to jam. And so they played a Cars song, "You're All I Got Tonight." So we picked up that song. Like we were like, yeah, we're gonna do the Cars song. Yeah, "You're All I Got Tonight." And anyway, so me and Brian kind of like we didn't have a singer and we didn't have like the other guitar player who's the guy that actually introduced me to Kiss. We only jammed a few times with him. He didn't like he was me and Brian ended up jamming more and Brian was at my school, so, like, we were able to, like we ended up doing, like, the 5th grade play, like, we were like, we played our original song at the 5th grade play, and then, like, at the 6th grade dance or something, we played, we came in and we actually filmed I have the video still, I've been waiting to spring it, waiting for a good occasion to spring it, but I have the video still from, like, 6th grade, um or it might have been 5th still, but whatever, in that period, VHS, but they filmed us jamming at the school, like, we put the Ozone logo on the chalkboard behind us, like we're, big Ozone logo, but,
Eh, so that's your first official band then, actually, with the
yeah,
Ozone.
yeah, Ozone was my
Yeah.
first band.
And when did you first get on to? Because I know so your first drum kit was a five-piece, right? I think you still own it, and you're
Yeah, I
also
still
getting
got it.
lessons from a jazz teacher from, the University of
Yeah,
Miami?
so, yeah, a guy named Steve Rucker, um, he's phenomenal drummer. He had gone to Berkeley College and like he was he was killer. And he was a member of the University of Miami jazz band.
And
And
what age you're at?
I was 10, 9 or 10. And, my dad was a pilot and one of his pilot buddies owned the apartment complex. And that Steve Rucker lived in, and that's how he knew him, and that's how so my dad came to me one day and he's like, "Hey, I know the guitar thing didn't kinda work out. What would you think about taking drum lessons?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, okay, yeah." I I was okay, "Let's give it a shot. Sure." So we went over there and, like, basically, I did a half an hour lesson and, he we did 15 minutes of a book called Stick Control, which is still like it's a bible as far as drummers, and if you're a drummer and, um, I, strongly recommend Stick Control because it is a great book. Page 5 alone, I mean, you can spend a whole lifetime on page 5 alone. Um, just doing, there's simple rudiments. They're all 16th notes, where it's like da 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 da, but it's different sticking coordination, right, left, right, left, left, right, right, left, right, left, 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 right, left, right, left, right, left. You know what I mean? So it's all the different like if you were just to hear it in the other room, it would just be but you're doing different hand combinations and then you adjust the metronome accordingly and to be able to play these complicated sticking you know patterns basically it just develops your independence on your hands. So anyway, we would do 50 we'd start the lessons with like 15 minutes of that and then it was 15 minutes of drum set. And I remember like the first day he's teaching me the basic rock beat, kick snare, and it was What a Fool Believes from the Doobie Brothers. It was like that was like the first song I learned on the drums. And then I remember the second lesson he just, for that the second fit we did the normal 15 minutes of the book, and then the second half of the lesson, he just let me go off on the drums, and that's like, just play whatever you wanna play and do whatever you wanna do, just like as a kid, you know what I mean? Just and I never had a drum set, I didn't never been on so it was just, like, totally, like, inspiring to me to just, to play that thing, and so, like I can only imagine how bad it sounded, but it was still it was inspiring to me to be like, hey, this is something I can get into and I can do. And then
Is this is this the time period you're working at, like a movie theater, is it? Where you first
no,
get
no,
earn the
no, this
money to
is
get your
way
first
before
kit?
that. No, this is way before that. I got the 5 piece I got for Christmas. Like I said, I started one year, like, my dad took me out to the garage and we built this. It was like, you know, I didn't know what it was gonna be, but it would turned out to be a drum pad. Basically, it was a piece of wood, and we took a inner tube from a tire, and we glued it onto this piece of wood, and we
Like a f
basically made a drum pad. And so that was the first thing, and then I had like, for the next Christmas, I got a snare drum, and, I actually did a the we did a 5th grade, talent show playing D "Whip It" by Devo. And it was bad. It was just me with a snare drum, and, like, my buddy was I don't even know what he was doing. He was I don't know if he was singing. I guess he was singing. I can't really remember, but we were bad, and we didn't pass the audition, to say the least. But that was when Whip It was like Whip It just hit the scene. Anyway, so, like, so I would do the lessons, and Steve Rucker, he ended up, in the '90s, he ended up becoming a member of the Bee Gees, and he toured with the Bee Gees for 10 years, and, but it was when I was working with him, it was way before that. I mean, he was doing albums, like, with University of Miami jazz band, and, like, jazz great Bob James, and, like, there was other people that would, like, they would come through town, and they wouldn't have a band, they wouldn't have a backing band, they would just, like, hire bands wherever they would go, and people would read the charts, and Steve was one of those guys where he would, like, anytime somebody would come through Miami, he would read the charts and uh, play whatever was needed. So, like, he was that kinda player, where he could just read a chart, knock it out, and people would, he was, you know, considered that good where he could just walk in and do that stuff. And, and he would teach at the University of Miami, so that was kind of his thing back then. But then he would do the private lessons on the side, which is what I was doing. So
Nice. And you mentioned, well, obviously with the Kiss thing and stuff. Are you starting to progress at this time to, like,
yeah,
the
like
Sabbaths and the Priests
yeah,
and stuff, and
exactly.
what's the first
Like
show you go to also?
Ted Nugent was like b- one of the big ones. REO Speedwagon before, like, High Infidelity had just come out, but, like, we were getting into the older REO and delving back into the old catalog and whatnot. But, and let me think of some of the other bands. Definitely Priest. It was a little bit later, just a little bit, but, uh, Sammy Hagar. For some reason, I was a big Sammy Hagar fan. I was buying all his old, well, I guess that was a little later too, come to think of it. Um,
Well, for you too, you grew up, you're a fan of '70s rock and '80s rock also, and you've played, like, how is that personally? You've played CBGB's, which I'm from Jersey, I'm familiar with that venue, of course, and the Whiskey A Go Go. Is that kind of like, growing up a fan of those acts, was that kind of a thrill for you when you got to go to those venues and play them?
totally. Yeah, definitely.
Well, yeah, what was your first concert too?
Well, technically, my first concert was, a band called Sea Level, who was, do you know who Chuck Leavell is?
Yes.
He's the Rolling Stones keyboard player for, like, the last 30 years. Well, Chuck Leavell was in the Allman Brothers, and I think the original Allman Brothers drummer, he was a black guy named Jamo, I think it was. Um, anyway, him, Chuck Leavell, and another guy split, and they formed Sea Level, and my dad's cousin was a member of Sea Level, and they were on, like, the Capricorn label, which was the Allman Brothers label, and they were kinda like they had toured with Skinner and, like, did they actually toured with Journey, the original Journey before Steve Perry, with when they were kinda more of a experimental band, and but they were, they came through Miami, and so that was my first. I got side stage for that because we knew, it was kind of like my mom. I remember my mom took me to that one at Gusman Hall in Miami, and so that was my first, technically my first concert. Um, that my first concert that I was like, as far as a big band that that I wanted to see. We went and saw Cheap Trick and UFO,
Oh, nice.
and so that's technically my first concert as far as the big concerts. And then my second
And
concert was Rock Super Bowl 17 with Journey on the Frontiers tour, Aerosmith with the Scabs, no Joe Perry, um, Sammy Hagar for Three Lock Box tour, and then Bryan Adams was the opener, and Cuts Like a Knife. He was like brand new, and that was over in Orlando at the Tangerine Bowl, and so that was my second concert. But that was '82 by that point.
You talked about your acoustic guitar. What, 13 is when you first get you get a Kramer Striker and, your amp, and
Yeah,
that's your first electric?
yeah, well, let me think about it. Yeah, I well, it was actually a little later. It was probably 15, 13, yeah, somewhere in there. Anyway, yeah, so I moved from Miami over to Inglewood, and there was really nobody, I met there was, like, 2 2 kids, 2 dudes that I knew or whatever, 2 classmates, so to speak, that were into metal, and by that time, like, Quiet Riot was hitting, and so, like, metal was just starting to hit, and, obviously Iron Maiden and Judas Priest were, you know so, like, these, this dude, he was, like, 16, but he had, like, failed. So he was, like, in my class, at 13, like, and he would, like, smoke I feel bad, but his mom had or parents had passed away, and so he was living with his sister and, like but he basically had free reign, like, he was, getting in smoking weed and, like, drinking and, like, listening to metal, so, like, he
The
had a
house that
guitar.
every kid wanted to hang out with, right, after
Right,
school.
exactly, totally.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, like but he would come over and we would jam, like, old Scorpions, Top of the Bill, and, uh, like, Dio and, like, that kinda well, no, Dio would have been later, um, but we did do some Dio later. Anyway, we were, just jamming, and, we did a couple demos. I have one of the demos, and he had a friend that was, like, kinda older too and he had originals, and so, like, basically, I learned his originals, and that's the recording I have is it's, like, 5 or 6 of his originals, but we were called Black Rose, and,
That would be your second band then, right?
yeah, that would have been '83, it's when that was, and, they kinda, they were never serious. They had they thought making it was like, that ain't never gonna happen. We're not gonna make it, this is just for fun. They were like totally treating it as like a just for fun thing, whereas I was like, dude, we're going to the top, like that was what we're
Yeah,
doing
you knew
the,
since 7, you're like,
yeah, exactly. Um, but, so they kind of fizzled off. They were, like, I'd try to get them to jam and they would, I'll be there in an hour, and then never show up, that kind of thing. They were just, it was more of a party and whatever. But they, like I said, they were a little older. So it's to be expected, and here they are jamming with this little kid, you know what I mean, in their mind, even though it was only 3 years younger.
yeah, to them,
Um,
it's
but, so from there that, I just ran out there just weren't people to play with. So that's when I went out and like got the guitar and, um, I brought the Kramer Striker and I had bought a little, I forget what amp it was, but I had a little amp and I would just play and like I would make my own little. I had that same tape recorder, literally that I had from when I was like 7 or 8 years old, and I would record drums into that, and then I would put that tape into my stereo, and then I would put another tape into the little recorder and press record on that, and then I would play along. So it was kind of like a 2 track instead of a 4 track, you know what I mean? I kind of devised my own thing. Like I remember taking this drive with my parents. We were on some family vacation and and like I came up with this, yeah, well I can just keep, I'll record my drums on the stereo and then I'll record it with the little thing and then I'll take that tape and I'll add vocals and then I'll take that tape and I'll add you know, not knowing the physics that, once you start
Yeah.
bouncing that thing that, the sound quality goes down to 0, and like there's a huge hum and, so I remember like this whole drive where I've like daydreaming of like having like a 24 track basically in my mind, but then when it came down to the reality, once I got home and tried to do it, it was like, oh, that didn't work at all. So like, I remember being disappointed with that, but because that's how what you didn't have a laptop back then where you could just plug
Oh,
in
I
and do
remember
like the
those
kid,
days,
like I
yes.
can't even imagine that now, like having what these kids have.
Yeah, I
But
mean, it's the advantage now of like, think about like you talk about guitar lessons and drum lessons these days. If you really are focused enough, you could just go on fucking YouTube and learn how to
totally,
play. It's
you
totally
can do
different.
all that.
Yeah,
So after Black Rose kind of fizzled, I was doing my own little demos, and I'm still like I'm in school, like writing lyrics to songs that don't have music. You know what I mean? I actually found them the other day. Like it's horrible, cheesy embarrassment now, but at the time, like it was whatever was going on, like Wasp and Twisted Sister and that kind of thing. Um, but I ended up just daydreaming more than anything almost at that time, you know what I mean? I'm just like but I got nobody to jam with, but I would go to Miami and visit my childhood buddy, my neighbor, this kid Robbie, and he didn't play an instrument. He would just kinda hang out with us, but he was, like, hip to everything and, like, he knew what we were into. Anyway, at the time, like, Miami compared to Inglewood, like, they were more ahead of trends and what was going on in the world, so to speak, So, like, they would get bands before I would, in Inglewood. It would take, like, time for bands to trickle, down to Inglewood just because, there's nobody there they're not finding that stuff out. Anyway, he would, like, he brought turned me on to, Merciful Fate, Melissa, and, like, turned me on to, like, all these new wave of British heavy metal bands and
Venoms and stuff.
yeah, totally, all that, because he was getting that stuff down in Miami, and, like, I would bring that stuff back to Inglewood and be showing people there, and they're like, "Oh, dude, this is killer. I never heard of this," like, so it was that's kinda like how that happened, so, anyway, by that time, I had gotten the job at the movie theater, um, 3.35 an hour, saved up for my drum set, um, it was a horrible Tama swing star. I mean, it wasn't even real wood. It was like particle board drums.
You
But I
still
didn't
own this
know
thing?
huh?
You still own this drum set, don't you?
Yeah, yeah. It's sitting in my closet right now. It would need work to get it playable, but new heads and maybe I don't know, maybe a hoop or some like hardware, to make it work. It's like one of the shells is kind of falling apart, like the wrap needs to be re-glued. But it's in there, Anyway, um, I didn't know the difference, you know what I mean? It was a drum set, it played,
Yeah,
and it was
definitely.
double bass, and that's all I gave a crap about, And, so I remember, finally, I put it on layaway. It took me, however long to finally pay it off, but sure enough, I finally paid it off and I got it, brought it home and, set it up in my parents' family room, and, I would play drums, and, I would, crank the stereo and jam along with it. So, but I still didn't have anybody to play with, like, there was nobody really, I had met, by now I'm in, like, middle school, high school kinda thing, and, there's, the one guy, his name was Mike Manning. We tried to do stuff, and we had big dreams, but, we could never find other players to play with us, and, um, we really never got anywhere with it, but, we had I had met this guy, Robert. He was a singer, and we tried to work with him, but nothing ever happened with him. Um, and then just from going back to my buddy Robbie down in Miami, I would go, I went, I went and saw the Theater of Pain, Motley Crue at the Hollywood Sportatorium. Like I went down there and saw that tour with him, and then like just I don't know, whatever. The next time it was Ozzy in Queensryche, '86, uh, at the Hollywood Sportatorium. I went and saw that show with him. And then the next thing was the Girls, Girls, Girls Motley Crue with,
Now, Motley Crue, man, you gotta admit the first 2 records, right? Shout Out the Devil and Too Fast, So
yeah, I
Love, I think
mean,
they're great records. I mean,
yeah.
after
And
that, it
then
was hit or
that
miss, but
right, and that was Guns N' Roses, first tour, the second on that Girls, Girls, Girls tour. So we got to see Guns N' Roses on the, Appetite tour when they were first starting. They were killer. I wasn't totally into it, but it was cool. Definitely, I could tell that, they were happening. But then it was right around then they like, this Metallica and like we were starting to listen to the heavier shit, Exodus and Slayer, and they were starting to come out. And then of course you get into the underground creators and all the underground, the Hallows Eve, just, heavier bands. But anyway, my childhood buddy Robbie, that same dude from Miami, he's like, "Hey man, this I'm friends with this band and they're pretty happening, they're getting it together and but they know this singer guy or we're all friends basically with this singer guy and he's trying to start a band. You should come down here and check him out." And so I went down there, and it turned out to be the band was Cynic, but they were already together. So this friend, his name was Bobby. Um, he ended up he was he had a guitar player guy from a band called KGB, and KGB was from Homestead, and so like all right, so basically like the several months before my 18th birthday, I went down and checked out Cynic, and Cynic played the Cameo Theater at this Miami Metal Night, and it was Cynic, Paradox, and Cryptic Curse, and it was like Cynic was killer, they actually had their act together, they were playing show, you know what I mean? It was like Sean Reiner, he wasn't the Sean Reiner that everybody respects today, you know what I mean? But he was still killer, you know what I mean? I would say we were more neck and neck back in those days. He was definitely better than me, but he wasn't as far as advanced with the jazz thing and all that. He's more of a straight ahead thrash drummer, but he was killer, no question. And he was, uh, he's definitely better than me. But at the same time, it was like, you know, it's like cool. So like when I went down there and they they had like I don't know 5 or 6 originals, and then they played Damage Incorporated. So like I remember playing Damage Incorporated with them, and and they were like, "Oh, this guy's pretty good," They were, it was kind of like, "Oh wow," it's nice to be able to play with an actual band that can play. That was like a new concept to me, and So
This is when you
anyway,
first meet Van Earp too, right?
yeah, yeah, I mean, the first thing he did was borrow 67 cents from me. Uh, anyway, so yeah, so pretty much, that was like that would have been April 29th, 1988 was when that Miami Metal Night show was. And Paradox, for those keeping score, was Ralph Paz, who ended up going on to work at Metal Blade. Um, he was he just had a thrash band at the time, and it was him and I think two brothers and a drummer named Ernie. And they were pretty cool. I never got I can't remember what they sounded like, but they didn't suck, for the time, I know that, but they didn't really do any demo, they never released any demos or kinda it was right around that time they it just kinda fizzled out or whatever. They might've gone another year or 2, but they didn't really take it to the next level, which where Cynic did. Um, anyway, so that was April 29th, 1988. Then the following month, uh Cynic played with Nasty Savage in a band called Paramore. Paramore, their drummer, well, Paramore was famous because their bass player was this chick with a mohawk, and her name was One Evil Bitch. That was her name. And like the drummer actually ended up playing with Atheist around the Elements. I think he did the touring for Elements, but that was they never really did anything other than that either. They kind of fizzled, never to be heard from again, I guess. Um, but anyway, so drove back down to Miami for that Nasty Savage Cynic Paramore show. And that by that time I was like, okay, I'm going to come down here and do this. So then the following month I turned 18. So I had, I had a red and white van, and I fucking loaded my drums, loaded my clothes, and went down, and I moved in with that Bobby kid, the singer, and my drums were in his garage, but he couldn't play there. We really couldn't play. Like we could set up like when his parents were gone, like in his living room or something. But it was like a big chore to jam. But anyway, the kid from Homestead, the guitar player, he ended up coming up, and he had like it kind of sounded like DRI. He had like a couple tunes that were kind of DRI ish, and we were trying to work on it. Um, but we were having it was kind of a struggle, and he was never show up because he lived in Homestead. It was such a far drive for him, and it cost gas money. It took like an hour to get there, from Homestead. So he would never show up. So that kind of fizzled. Meanwhile, I'm hanging out with Cynic, and they're, you know, there's they're doing real stuff. They're playing here, they're playing there, they're recording demos, they're doing, this and that. So
Are you
I was
kinda
kind of
roadieing for them a little bit back then?
yeah, I was like more or less, like I had my red and white van, and we'd load up my red and white van with, the guys in Cynic, and there was like some other guys that were hanging around at the time. I forget their names, but it was like a little ritual. We, hop into my van and we'd go pick those guys up, and blah, blah, then we'd end up down in Miami Beach, and we'd, be partying in Miami Beach at night, trying to pick up chicks, uh, so to speak. Um, anyway, yeah, so those were fun times, and then, like, me and Van Herp kinda hit it off, like, so f from I kinda wore out my welcome at Bobby's house. Like, I was there maybe a month, and then, they were kinda sick of having me, living on the couch, and I understand. So I ended up moving in. Paul Masvidal had a girlfriend named Lisa, and they had just split up, and I ended up moving in with her, and she was a basket case for whatever, I don't know, you know, she was nice enough, but she was going through problems, let's just put it that way. And so from there, Mark Van Erp let me move in with them. He had a that was kind of the hangout where like Paul and Sean would come over, and that was kind of like the band house, even though it was the apartment. That's where they would like, chill and hang out, you know, discuss whatever they were going to discuss. And anyway, I think Cynic at that time had lost their warehouse, so they weren't practicing right at that particular moment. But I was hanging around at Van Earp's, and we would like Cynic. I think that they got the Death Angel gig at the Cameo, and like Cameo Theater, like, printed up, like, I mean, they had, like, a stack of flyers. I mean, these little pamphlets style flyers, and Van Earp he'd get a hold I think he got a hold of his dad's credit card or something, and we would fill up my tank, and we would drive from one end of Miami to the other, like, 7 times in a day. I mean, we were just like it was and Miami's huge. If you I mean, to get from one side to the other, it takes like an hour, it's like it's not a small place. So, but we would go and just bounce around, passing out flyers everywhere, and he'd put cartons of smokes on the credit card, and like we'd go to the lake and sell cigarettes and pass out flyers. That's just what we did. We drink and sell cigarettes and pass out flyers, and live off gas station hamburgers, because that's what we
And aren't you
uh,
guys, like, jamming too? Like, after Cynic
well,
practices,
so
you
that's
guys are,
what I
like,
was gonna
jamming
tell you.
covers?
So what happened, Mark ended up losing that apartment, but at the same kind of around the same time, that band KGB needed a drummer, and, they were kind of they were a little bit old. They were older dudes, and they were kind of like at the tail end of their career, if you want to even they can't whatever, I don't know if you can call it that because there was no money involved. But anyway, they were at the tail end of their little juncture. And but I didn't know it at the time. I was just, they were just another band, but they were kind of a little bit more of a crossover style band, metal with like some hardcore. And it was kind of original, they had some definitely original tunes and whatnot. And to me, it was just an opportunity to get into a band, and they had a warehouse, and so Cynic needed a warehouse, so it kinda this whole thing ended up where Cynic was moving into the warehouse. I would start jamming with him, so my drums are in one corner, and Sean Reiner's drums are in the other corner, and the whole back wall is, like, Marshalls and, like, their amps, basically, and the bass amps and whatnot. Vocal where they had a PA there and everything. And me and Van Earp, there was like a little, so there was a huge ass warehouse part of the room, or, part of the warehouse, big room. And then there was like a little business office. And then above that, there was like a little apartment, kind of like a little room up there where climb up these stairs, and, Van Earp had his bed and I had my bed, and like we had a little stereo up there. But, we would just the basic deal was that there was 8 people cutting this warehouse, so rent was $50 a month, you know what I mean? And to me, that's perfect because then now I can focus on my drumming. I don't have to work a day job necessarily. I can squeak up 50 bucks. Um, my main thing was coming up with money for cigarettes. I was a cigarette smoker at the time, and, like, try to, keep my cigarette habit going. That was where the money came in. And even that, back then the cigarettes were $1.50. So I mean it really
Imagine
went that
now,
fast. I know, right?
$10 a pack or some shit.
God. Um, so from there, we were jamming, and the KGB bass player, actually, he taught me a lot about music and drumming in general. He taught me because I could play rock beats, but he taught me the upbeats and the downbeats, and, learning kind of like taking it to the next level and whatnot. And uh, I spent about, there was, let's see, that would have been maybe August '88 when that was going on, maybe even September, October. Yeah, it might even been September, October of '88. And then Malevolent had already moved to town. Cynic was trying to get Chuck from Death to come down and play in Miami, and Malevolent had hit town. We knew who they were. They had a demo. We were partying at the warehouse, I remember, but we really hadn't seen him play. And then Chuck was supposed to, we were trying to book this show. It was called the Grove Cinema in Coconut Grove. And we tried to bring Chuck from Death, Chuck and Death. Kind of, it was like right. We already had Leprosy was recorded, but it's still like we had a cassette with the drum, the clicks in, like the 4 counts that, you know, like it wasn't fully mastered yet. It was like a pre-master version of Leprosy. So it wasn't out yet, or if it was, I mean, it just had come out. Like, um, but we were like at the time, Cynic. They knew Chuck, but they didn't know him. They had Paul had talked to him a couple times on the phone, I think more than anything, and they might have met him like one time, but they really didn't know him like that great. But we were trying to get him down. They were talking to him at that point, and we're trying to get him to come down and play Miami. And something happened where, like, in the end, it didn't. I don't know if it was money or whatever reason it didn't happen. But then Malevolent kinda ended up on the gig, and that was the first time we saw Malevolent. And they were like they kinda had more of a Slayer vibe than Cynic. Cynic wasn't the jazzy Cynic that everybody knows today. They were more of like a thrash band, and they kinda had like a little bit of a hardcore edge too, like it was kind of just more regular thrash, if you will, at that time. But Malevolent came in and they were definitely like, I mean, like the song Malevolent Creation, like the original version, dude, it was like it was literally hella weights, dude. Like the whole intro was like ripped off verbatim, like totally.
When they
Like when I
first what
just
is that, Phil, Brett,
it
John,
was
and
Phil,
Jay?
Jason Black, and uh Brett, and then they had Joe Schnessel was their drummer at the time.
Okay, it was
Joe went
Mark,
on to
okay.
become the Hellwitch drummer. He invented the 2-foot blast. Basically, he was the first guy to really perfect it. Um, but that was later. Anyway, at this time he was in Malevolent, but he couldn't play double bass. Like he was like his hands were really fast, but his double bass he couldn't play it. And so Phil was always like that was one of his mantras that he was like, dude, I need a double bass player, like, he'd always he'd always mimic that, and I was like, "Oh, dude, it'd be cool to jam," I was like, "Dude, I can play double bass, whatever." But we was kind of a like, it was just talk at the gigs, like where it was like one of those things where it could happen and it could not happen, you just never know. But finally, we played in January of it would have been '89, January 25th to be exact. It was Cynic, Malevolent, and KGB, and that was my first show, and KGB was first. There might have been one more band, but I can't remember. It was like it was like local night, at the Cameo Theater, but it was like still pretty big. It was a pretty good show. It wasn't like there wasn't a huge crowd, but it was an okay crowd. It wasn't horrible. But like the first song or maybe the second song, my my right bass drum head broke. And,
Oh, shit.
like, there's no fixing that, you know what I mean? And so now I'm playing like I'm taking my right foot and moving it over to my left bass drum and, like, trying to get to it turned into a nightmare, and, I just had to, like, I don't know what, just get through it, basically. But by that time, I had already been talking with Malevolent, like, "Yeah, dude, I'm coming up," And so, like, it was right after that gig that I ended up packing my van and, um moving up and joining Malevolent. And before that, but I think it was maybe even been before KGB, um, I had gone up and played with Hellwitch because they had an ad in whatever the local rag said, and we got song. They had like one single on a compilation album, and it was like, wow, they're signed. Oh, they got an album on vinyl. They got a song on vinyl. Like they're like that was like
It's a big deal back then.
Yeah, it was status, you know what I mean? It was like,
Yeah.
wow. Even Cynic didn't have you know, they didn't have no record deal. They didn't have anything going like that. So it was like the problem with that is they were way up at Boca Raton, and it was like an hour drive at least. It was more like an hour and a half, maybe even longer. Um,
I have to say, man, too, I'm a big fan of Pat's vocals, man. I don't know. I just think, Hell Witch is killer, but I think Pat's voice is great.
yeah, and I mean, it was the same back then. Like he's always been dedicated, you know, and he was another one where like he would work, he was working with me back then, like he taught me, back then it wasn't the blast beat, it was called the super fast beat, he would call it this, dude, you got to learn the super fast beat, man, super fast beat. That was like kind of like, and to me, like it really hadn't clicked yet. Like I didn't understand like that it's a halftime thing, kind of where the beat's on the halftime and you're playing double time of the beat, like of whatever the actual tempo is. And it didn't really register to me. It was like I just didn't get it. I mean, I kind of got it and I played it, like I listened to whatever he had on the demos, and I would just kind of mimic the demos. And I'd worked up like, by the time we stopped jamming, I could get through a couple tunes here, and here and there, and like I'd definitely like, but it was still new. Like I hadn't been playing with bands like that, so it was all kind of still new. I was really green. Um, but again, and then I was jamming with Van Earp, who was this or, hanging out living with Van Earp, and he would drive up with me, and he's this monster fingers bass player, and at the time, like playing with a pick, you're just a hack, sorry, no offense, but, you know, pretty much pick that's how it was, like in my mind, back then, Geddy Lee and Steve Harris and then Van Earp, he's like, that's the way you do it. So, and no offense to Frank and God bless him or whatever, but you know, at the time Frank was a pick player, and so like I was not impressed by that at all. Like so to me, like jamming with Frank was kind of like like you know that was kind of one of the like it didn't like it was like hell, which is good, but it was kind of one of those things where like and it was just Pat and Frank and me, that was going to be the band or whatever. And, like I said, Frank's cool and I got no problem with pick players now. Like, I don't, I get it, now that I'm an older guy, but I just remember at the time that was, so I got to drive an hour and a half. They got this pick player who's not really good and this and that. It just, whatever. It just, the main thing was the travel. That was the problem. And then the music was crazy. It was like I was like every song, like, but I wasn't that wasn't that didn't totally bother me. In fact, it was cool, because it was actually, stuff that was hard to play. But at the same time, when the Malevolent thing came along, that fit a lot better. That was a better fit for me. And they
W
had
was that your
like,
first recording experience too with Malevolent, that demo?
yeah, yeah, um, yeah. I'm trying to think who I guess I'd heard Raped Ape, maybe, did a demo there at Natural Sound, and it sounded really good, and it was like this little 16-track studio in Miami and, like, over by Tamiami Airport, and, like, it was kinda near the Cynic warehouses and stuff, so it was like, um so I'd heard a couple things coming out of there, so and it was just a place I knew of to do a demo, like a little demo studio, so Um, we had played a couple shows at the Treehouse. That was the cool thing about it is because when I joined Malevolent, um, I ended up staying on this dude Bill's couch for like maybe 2 weeks, and then I ended up moving into the warehouse. And me and Jay Black actually lived in the warehouse for like it was the first warehouse was like a 10 by 20. I mean, it was like all the gear and then us and all our stuff, and it was then we graduated and moved to like a double. It was like a double space, whatever. It was twice as big. which that was cool because we had a little drum riser and all our personal stuff went under the drum riser and, like, we kept it pretty much business, as far as how it looked. But we, basically had 2 couches that we slept on, and, um, it was just how it was back then. Um,
When you guys
but
did
yeah,
that three-song demo, right?
so
89
so
and
so when Phil came down from Buffalo, um, you know, he brought, like he had all these cousins and brothers with him, like, he had and, like, all their friends, like, everybody, like, all his he had, like, literally, like, 20 to 30 people that had moved down with him. So when we would play, like, these shows, like, we'd have, like, 20 or 30 people showing up to our shows, and, like, the club owners didn't realize, they just thought we drew people, they're like, "These guys got a fan base, these people are these guys,
that was just
we're
all his
so."
relatives.
Exactly, and it was just this build, they didn't know that it was their brothers and their cousins or whatever it was, so that was kinda one thing that, like and that kinda fed into, like, more people getting into the band, and, Malevolent was just a good band, Brett was killer, they were into the head spins and that, all 3 of them, Phil, Jay, and Brett, they were all doing the head spins, and in unison, and it looked professional, and,
I have to ask you too, Brett was a beast, man. I do wanna ask you, like, what memories do you have of Brett, man? If you had it like, we last time me and Ed saw him was in Tampa at the Cuban Club when we played that festival. For you, what was, like, your memories if you had a
oh, man,
you
'cause
obviously knew Brett early on.
yeah, like, we were a four-piece, it was, Phil, Brett, Jay, and me, we were the band, we were Malevolent, for the, like, basically 1989, the first, except for, like, the last 2 months of 1989, it was we were Malevolent, and, we didn't even have John Rubin yet, it was just the 4 of us, and, Brett was awesome, he was cool, and we kinda connected on the lyric thing, like, me and him would, like I would, like he knew that I was into lyrics and stuff, and so, like, we would, share ideas and, like, yeah, I would, like, help him, like I wouldn't say helped him write lyrics, but whatever, we would trade ideas and, like, we kinda had that little connection going. Um, I actually just found some handwritten lyrics of Brett's that were never used, that I'm gonna give to Dave Allison for this Tampa Metal Museum,
Nice.
the exhibition thing. Anyway, so yeah, and he was cool, man, and living with, so we were all like kind of living it back then, we would jam like 6 nights a week, easily. Um, that was just what we did. We were that, I mean, granted, we weren't like, we'd end up jamming like, 5 or 6 songs and then, it kind of people, start drinking or whatever, kind of relax and whatever. But then, when we had shows, we would get, we'd practice, get ready for the shows, and play the set. And it was just, it was definitely a time. And so my point being, we would play the treehouse and every other weekend. And the treehouse had really good sound, like just for everybody pretty much. But like it was nice, because we'd get these soundboard tapes and they sounded killer, and we we knew we sounded obviously we were not front, so we didn't know, but we knew we sounded good because the PA was really killer. It just had a reputation as a good sounding PA. And when I joined the band, it kind of brought the band, not to toot my own horn, but it kind of brought the band up a notch. And things were starting to hit with between his family members being there, and then just the scene was kind of starting to take notice of us, because and we kinda became the hot shit on the scene and at the treehouse, and then we got, we took some of that money and went and recorded that demo, the 3-song demo, uh, Injected Suffrage, Epileptic Seizure, Violent Offspring,
I'm gonna
and,
play Epileptic Seizure here in a few minutes too from that demo.
And then
I I have to ask you though, on that demo, I always want like, what is the Van Earp has a nickname on that demo, Wooden Shoes. What is that? What is the story behind that?
because he's Dutch.
Okay, okay.
The yeah, the where everybody had nicknames back then, like, there was, another nickname for him was Hork. They called him Hork for some reason. But, that's kinda like my Lavoisian project, that was kind of that came out of Brett from Malevolent would he would have these nicknames for me, he'd call me Lictitious Lee, and then one of the things he came up was Lavender Lee, and then kinda in the end, I turned that into Lavoisian, so that's how I got my Lavoisian name. But he would,
That's a
just everybody had a nickname back then, it was kinda typical, that Brett's nickname was Heinz for whatever reason, I mean, to this day, I can't tell you why, but Heinz, everybody, all his little buddies, all the dudes from Buffalo would call him Heinz.
yeah, I wanted to ask you, I saw that on the demo and, and I know with that demo, so Ruben moved down, June '89 when you guys do the demo, and then you guys do a couple week tour in New York
Yeah,
with
so
shows with
so
Primeval and shit?
we did the demo at that Natural Sound Studios in Miami with as a four-piece, and then we got the Dark Angel gig. Dark Angel came to town, and that was when Leave Scars had just come out, and, like, they were blowing up, because, it was just they were, like, the sickest, basically, and then, uh, it was Death and Dark Angel tour, but Death ended up having personal issues with Dark Angel, and you'll have to ask Terry Butler about that, I think he might already done it. He might have told you guys that whole story or not. I don't know. I've heard him tell the story, but I don't know if he got into it on the podcast. Right, so, like, Death was originally gonna be on the show, but it was Dark Angel, Cynic, and Malevolent, and I'm trying to think if there was another I don't think there was another band. Maybe it was just us 3. Maybe it was supposed to be Death, and they just canceled. So, anyway, but it was another one of those things where, like, Cameo Theater gave us, like, a gazillion flyers, and we just would flyer the hell out of it, and so and to us, that was, like, that was a huge break for us because number 1, we loved Dark Angel, we were huge Dark Angel fans, and then 2, we were just, at the time, that was my first, like, big gig to where, like, you know something bigger than the treehouse, and, I think it was probably that I played the Cameo with KGB, but that was a nightmare. This was, like, my first time, like, really getting to play the Cameo, and, I mean, you gotta understand the Cameo, that's where, like, all the big, King Diamond played, Slayer played South of Heaven 2 nights in a row there, Motorhead and Overkill, that tour, like, so that was, like, the big place, you know what I mean, to play, and so getting to play there with Dark Angel was killer, and,
Oh, yeah.
that was like, we had a really good we crushed it that night. We did good and, um, got to see Gene and Hoagland and, like, we're, like, basically, like, eye level with his feet, like, because he's on this big drum riser, at the Cameo, and just getting to watch him play was mesmerizing, just super inspiring. So from then, John Rubin at the time, remember the band Paramore I had mentioned with the One Evil Bitch? She was
Yep.
gone, and they had somebody else, but those other guys, they had continued, and they were called Elysium now, and they were practicing in our warehouse, like, on, like, a couple, like, I don't know, a couple bays, like, they were on the opposite side of the warehouse complex or whatever. So, like, we didn't see him, like, hang out with him a lot, but we could hear him over there jamming and whatnot. We'd walk over there before we practiced or whatever. John Rubin was in jamming with them. So we basically stole John Rubin from that band and brought him in. And he was cool. He was like, he learned all the songs, and we had more shows at the treehouse that we played, and so that was probably, like, May, like, so the Dark Angel gig was May of '89. So June of '89, um, I think it was June 9th, I wanna say, was when Obituary, Slowly We Rot, and Sepultura, Beneath the Remains, I think they came out on the same day. Um, Pretty sure. And so we had it like on like June, June 10th at the latest, we had that out. Both those albums, Phil came in with them at the warehouse. And so like I remember like, oh, check this out, this shit's brutal. Fucking we're listening to that first song on Slowly We Rot, and we're like, damn, listen to that. That's
Exciting
fucking brutal.
times, yeah.
Dude sounds like Chuck, but he's kind of different, Um, then Beneath the Remains was like super fast, so we were digging on that, it was like, wow, this shit's brutal, And both albums recorded at Morrisound. Oh, we didn't really pick up on that quite yet. But anyway, so then I'm gonna sit, um, it might even been, it was that next night. It was June 10th, I want to say. It was Destruction and Cro-Mags at the Cameo Theater. And Destruction, we were already Destruction fans. And in Miami, like Destruction, like blew, like they were killer, dude. Everybody was excited and it was like an amazing show. And like Destruction just killed it, and then Cro-Mags came on, and they were killer, It was, Harley was singing, so it was the second album from COC, so or not COC, but, Cro-Mags, and, so it was kinda like, "Hey, it's not the real singer kinda thing," but they still killed it, they were kill it was a killer show. But anyway, so then I just happened to, I drove up the next day and I saw the same tour, the Cro-Mags and Destruction at Janus Landing in St. Pete. And man, like the skinheads were out and dude, they did not like Destruction at all.
That was that
Like
time period too, the rivalry. We always talk about
they
that, the
didn't,
skinheads
it
versus
was like
long
that
hairs.
was poser shit. They didn't
Yeah.
dig these guys coming out with these spandex pants on and like it was, they and so like Destruction, I kind of felt bad for them. They kind of had a bad show, you know what I mean? It was like, wow. But at that show, I met Deicide. They were all hanging out. They were Amon, but I remember talking to Steve, and that's when I met Steve Ashim, and I gave him a Malevolent demo. And, yeah, man, I'm from Fort Lauderdale. I got a band, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, we're Amon. We're doing this, that, and the other. Like, that's the first I heard of them. Um, But I met them and they were all hanging out and they were cool. I don't remember Glenn. I remember the 2 brothers hanging out and we were all, just kinda standing there, but I was talking with Steve. But, anyway, that was kinda that, and then, like, 2 weeks later, maybe 3 weeks later, whatever, it was like, I wanna say that was June 24th, there was that Hangar show down there. It was by, MacDill Air Force Base down at the end of Dale Mabry. Kinda right, I mean, it was literally like you could almost throw a rock to the Air Force Base, but, you basically go down Dale Mabry and make a right at the end there, and there was like this, uh, warehouse building, and it was Morbid Angel, Obituary, Nocturnus, and Amon. And what I found out recently is that Amon wasn't even scheduled to play, they just showed up with their gear and started setting up.
It's great.
Anyway, uh, so we all drove up, Phil and and Phil and the Senate guys, we all, I don't know if it was in my van. I don't think it was in my van. I think I drove up with Robin actually on that one. But everybody came. Everybody was like basically that was the meeting of the Florida minds, you know what I mean? Like everybody from the Florida scene was at that show practically. Like uh Chuck came out from Orlando with James Murphy. That was like the first time anybody met like he was like the new guy for Death, as far as the guitar player and, um, who else came? Fucking Mike Browning, that's the first time we met Mike Browning. That's when, I was, like, in one side of the hangar there was, like, a big hangar, and, I met Scott Burns. I'm like, "Dude, you're Scott Burns?" "Yeah, yeah, yeah." Like, "Dude, wait right here." And I went over and I grabbed Paul and Sean, and then I grabbed Phil, and I said, "Dude, come here." And I introduced everybody to Scott Burns. Phil just told the story, and he doesn't remember it, obviously, because I was the one who introduced him to Scott Burns. He remembers it differently, but whatever, of course. But I like distinctly said, "Yo, you're Scott Burns? Wait right here. Give me 1 second." I went and grabbed Cynic and I grabbed Phil from Malevolent and I brought him over and like, dude, this is Scott Burns, fucking blah, blah, blah. So we were gonna, from there, um, the band that we stole John Rubin from, Elysium, they ended up they were recording at Morrisound, and I don't know how it got brought up, but somehow I got invited to go to the studio at Morrisound and hang out while they were recording, and that's when I met Tom Morris, and, they were recording their album, and then at the end of the night, out comes Amon, and they were recording their demo. So, and then like, we got to go in and, like, listen to a little bit of the Amon demo, or they played it they played, like, a little bit of it for us or whatever. I think they might even give me a co no, that was later. I ended up getting a copy of it pretty early. But, so I ran into, "Oh, you're that dude? Yeah, I met you at the Cro-Mags gig. Yeah, yeah, yeah," so, like, that was kind of like meeting Steve again, and meeting Deicide or whatever. And then again, they're still Amon at that point. Um
Did you know they were gonna, like, first of all, that time period, man, you're so young back then. Did you guys realize what was going on in those areas? Did you guys kinda feel the excitement,
Well, it wasn't
back
with
then in town?
Deicide necessarily yet. I mean, but yeah, there was like, because like with the obituary thing, for instance, they already had an album out on Roadrunner, and they were, that Hangar show was like their first show since recording the album and the album being out. So that was like, we could see that, stuff was happening, because, their death was already, death was rolling by that point, and now you got obituary. Morbid Angel, the album was recorded, but it wasn't out yet. Um, but like, another little side anecdote, kind of back when this would have been after probably, yeah, I don't even think we recorded the demo, the 1989 demo yet. But basically we packed my van up with, it was Paul and Sean from Cynic, Phil from Malevolent, and Pat from Hellwitch, and maybe one or two other dudes. And we loaded my van up, and I said, look, I'll drive. You guys pay the gas. You know what I mean? I got the van, I got the vehicle. You guys pay my gas. Well, we'll go up. So we ended up driving to Tampa, and it was Death and Morbid Angel. But the weird thing about it was Death was opening for Morbid Angel when Death had Leprosy out and Morbid Angel didn't have a record out. So it was just totally weird that, why isn't Death headlining? You know what I mean? They're the ones with the album out. They're the bigger band, you know what I mean? But it was kind of like, that just shows you that, the respect that Morbid Angel had in Tampa, that Death was opening for Morbid Angel in Tampa, you know what I mean? And they don't even have a record out. So anyway, that was just a little side story, but of course, nobody had gas money when we're trying to get home. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, dude. So like, it took us so long to get, because I didn't have any money. I had the van, dude. I got $2 for smokes. What are you talking about? So it took us forever to, like, finally somebody would cough, and dude, this is my only $20, dude. I don't want to cough it up for gas. Like, dude, you're not going to get there. I told you, you guys get the gas, I'll get the van. So it took us forever. Anyway, that's a side story. But it was just weird that, so that whole thing was going on where, like, Death was already blowing up, and Morbid Angel was kind of well respected. So you could see it coming. But let me think. Um Nocturnus didn't have a deal yet, but they were kinda happening, there was all these bands doing stuff, basically, and, it really hadn't hit yet. So then that summer of '89, this would have been, July of '89. Well, back up. So even in June and before, like, Phil would always talk about his buddies back in Buffalo, Cannibal Corpse. Oh, yeah, or, like, he was probably talking before, like, Tyrant Sin and Leviathan, but he would talk about his buddies back, their bands back home or whatever, and, but I kinda, I probably didn't pay attention back when he first, like, I didn't, just kinda was, "Who, what, whatever," but I do remember him talking about Cannibal Corpse, and, "Oh, dude, they're opening for Dark Angel 2 up there, man, they're doing good, da 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 da," It's like, so we're like, we're gonna go basically play Phil's, hometown with his friends Cannibal Corpse, and it was Cynic, Malevolent, and we drove up and we played with Cannibal, and they were cool shows, so, like, and I remember, like, we were there for, like, 2 weeks because Phil, like, wanted to hang out, with his family and this and that, and, like, the shows were kinda spread out. They were, like, I think we did 3 shows, and 2 of the shows were kinda together, but then there was the 3rd show was, like, a week or so after that, or maybe even longer. Um, so I ended up sleeping on Jay Black's dad's fucking couch, and kinda everybody else stayed at Phil's house, and we went and we met, we did the radio with, Mark Psycho Abramson, who ended up working for Roadrunner. At the time, he was just a radio DJ, but we went and did, like, a interview and played our demo on the radio, and they were playing The Cannibal, and they were playing Cynic, and we were all hanging out, and then, but I remember before we left, I remember the night that Cannibal got signed, "Oh, dude, we got signed to Metal Blade," and we was like, "Wow," So it was just another sign of more things happening to, like, that, and there uh, was it Metal Maniac? I don't know. There was basically an article, it was basically at the time it was Obituary, Morbid Angel, and Atheist were, like, kind of seen as, like, the 3 bands that were, like, coming up from Florida, and they were getting all this press as kind of like the Florida scene. And
Yeah, I remember that from Jersey too,
we
seeing
could
this
see it
stuff, yeah.
bubbling, you know what I mean? We could see things happening, and, like, we knew it was just a matter of, if we can get heard, we can get in the door too, you know what I mean? And then,
Definitely.
with with Malevolent, um, we were gonna do a second we had kinda stepped up the game as far as, like, adding we hadn't quite added blast beats yet, but we had added, like, double time in the hi-hats and making everything a little more tight and technical, but still keeping the brutal ferociousness, basically what is Ten Commandments, kinda like songs like Decadence Within, Remnants of Wither Decay, like that. Remnants of Wither Decay, that's like that whole front half is mine, like all those riffs for like the first half of the song. Um, so
Yeah, I
like
was gonna
the
ask you, I know you, like, I'm gonna play a track from the demo, but I wanted to ask you, you were supposed to that next demo, the 1990 demo, you were supposed to play on
That's
that,
what
right?
I'm
But you had
about
a
to get
hand problem?
into. Yeah, that's what
Okay.
I'm about to get into. Um So we had gone to the hangar party where I met Scott Burns. I had been to the Morris Sound now, watching that band Elysium, met Amon there again, da di da di da. And then we had gotten back from Buffalo, and Phil got John Tardy's number, and we were gonna bring Obituary down to the treehouse. And so I remember, I went over to Phil's and we called John Tardy. They were like, "Dude, we love that fucking Slowly We Rot, dude. We're digging it. We want to get you guys down here to the treehouse, And me and Phil were passing the phone back and forth. We talked to him probably for an hour. more or less just like fanboying out to him. But
It's awesome.
we were like, yeah, man, we're gonna get. So then they did come down. I'm trying to think this. So in between that, um, we were supposed to record the second demo. We had remnants written, and we had actually another song that I kind of it's basically the first riffs of Vicious Mental Thirst from Monstrosity and from Imperial Doom. Um, it was that first riff section was in that song from Malevolent, but for some reason that song got dropped. I don't remember what happened, but for whatever reason it just got dropped, and we never recorded it. And I don't have any tapes of it, and I don't have any. I don't think there's any recording. Phil might have it somewhere, but I don't have it, and I haven't heard it on anything. But but yeah, we had a bunch of new songs kind of thing, and then so the idea was we were going to go into Morrisound and record that 1990 demo, and me and Phil drove up, and it was Obituary, Atheist, and Nocturnus, I guess. Maybe not. Yeah, I think Nocturnus. I could be getting the gigs. It was definitely Obituary and Atheist. Not sure about Nocturnus, but anyway, I got wrecked. I got super drunk. That was when I first met. That was the night I met Kelly Schaefer for real. Like I knew who he was and whatever, but like that was the first time he met me. Let's put it that way. Um, but we were like, hanging out, getting. I remember I got plastered, and I jumped off the stage during Atheist, and I like sprained my finger like really bad. She got jammed, and then this is sad. But anyway, so I remember partying with John Tardy's dad while Obituary was playing. Like I'm like hanging out with him, and me and him we had already met at some other show, but like we were hanging out, jamming out on Obituary on the side of the stage, and like so I remember partying with him. But I remember getting back to the hotel, and I ended up puking in my hair. And I was just so drunk, I couldn't do anything. I just had to, like, I couldn't move. I was like crippled. And like I remember Phil and Robin and everybody else just like partying away, like, and I'm over there with puke in my hair, and they're like, "Oh my god, what's going on?" But anyway, so yeah, that was kind of a dismal ending to a kind of otherwise cool night, other than my hand getting messed up. So anyway, we had to put off the demo because of my hand. Um, so anyway, that was before the Obituary show, but so I was back in business by the time the Obituary show rolled around, and we had planned to reschedule to do that demo, and then we had talked to Morbid Angel. We had it was going to be it ended up being Morbid Angel, Nocturnus, and Fester. You remember them?
Fester, yeah.
And Malevolent, and so we played right before Morbid. Yeah, so Malevolent was right before Morbid. That was October 10th. So the Obituary was September 19th. The Morbid was October 10th. And then so we brought those guys down, and those shows were huge for South Florida, like everybody came out, and like both nights were like packed, like, and it was just Malevolent was blowing up. So I sent the video. We had already, I think we had talked to Roadrunner, like we'd sent them the demo, but then when we did that Obituary show, we sent the video from that, and so that they, I remember me and Robin driving up to like some little U packet store and like shipping it off to Roadrunner, and so kind of during this time, so like in the past, we had used the show money to pay the warehouse rent. Well, since the demo had been recorded, now we're using that money to ship off mail, like, we're sending out mail now, we're tape trading and doing that whole thing. So now there was no money for the warehouse rent, and we kinda had to blow up about the warehouse rent, and the guy it was I don't know, it might have been the I don't know if it was the Obituary show or it might have been the Morbid show. I guess it was the Morbid show. It would make more sense, but anyway, either way, the guy locked up the warehouse owner guy or whatever, the manager locked up our put another lock on our warehouse so we couldn't get into the warehouse, and we had a show to play the next night, you know what I mean? So anyway, I end up calling home to mom, "Mom, I need money." So I end up getting $300 and paying to get our stuff like, we didn't get to keep the warehouse, we ended up getting kicked out of the warehouse, but we got our stuff back and we were able to play the show, you know? But anyway, so then, so I just paid to get our stuff out of Hog, like, and then pretty much, now I got nowhere to live, so I'm me and we had this other bass player, this guy Scott Odell, like, Phil and Jason had gotten into a beef, and when we did that Buffalo tour, they ended up leaving Jason in Buffalo, and so we got in Greg St. John, who was the guy that taught Jay. He's the four-finger master that, he can pick with his all four fingers, and he was this, that, and the other. Anyway, it didn't work out with Greg St. John. He lasted like a month and maybe one or two shows, but it didn't click for whatever reason. And then we had the guy that played the Obituary show. He didn't even know the songs. We didn't even know his last name. We call him Dave X. Like anytime like any of the videos or any of the recordings, it's like his name was Dave X because we didn't even know his last name. And when like I wouldn't even know where to find the guy now. Like I have no idea who that guy was. But like basically it was like just stand over like he tried like he learned like a little bit of one or two of the tunes, but like it was pretty much like 2 days we're playing with Obituary and you're just gonna stand over there and bang your head and fucking we're gonna turn you down. But and I don't remember who played the Morbid show. I don't even remember who did that, played that one. Um, I don't think it was him, but it could have been. Um, anyway, so Phil was basically complaining that I didn't have a job, more or less is what you guys, but I didn't want a job. I wanted to jam, you know what I mean? I'm here to jam. I'm not here to work a day job, you know. At the same time, I get it, whatever. Um, so what ended up happening is, I was kind of like I couldn't just, stay at John Rubens permanently. And the other guy was at John Rubens too, you know what I mean? And we'd kind of wearing out our welcome. And the idea, the hope was that we would get a new warehouse and I'd be able to move back into the warehouse. But in the meantime, Phil kicked me out and started jamming with, he got this new hotshot drummer, Mark Simpson. He's got the stripper girlfriend. He's got, uh, his dad has some business to where they can take all the mail and put it in with his dad's business. So now all the tape trading and all that and the mail sending out tapes, all that's free now. And he's got the jam room. He's got a garage where they can practice, you know. So it worked out where, I guess I don't blame him, At the time I was pissed. I was like, man, I put my heart and soul into that. I was kind of like the number two guy, even more than Brett, you know what I mean? Because Brett he would, me and Phil would like handle the business, you know what I mean? We would discuss business and we made the demo happen and we make this happen and, whatever, we were like, we were kind of a team, and it was like, I just, and especially I just paid, dude, I just gave you $300 so we can get our stuff out. Now you're gonna, you're gonna kick me out, whatever. So I was pretty bummed out. And it was just weird because at the time, Mark Van Erp was calling around, and we needed a bass player, and it was like, so Mark Van Erp ended up joining Malevolent when I got kicked out, so it was like, it would have been killer, because he's my boy, and, me and him,
Yeah, you would have.
we had already lived together in Miami, and, it would have been a cool thing to do, Jam and Malevolent together. But anyway, so I was out of Malevolent, and so now I basically went home to my mom's and licked my wounds, I
Back
had
to
to, like,
Sarasota?
yeah, and I regrouped, and I was calling, I ended up getting in touch with Roger Patterson and ended up going up and partying with those guys, and, like, he gave me the Piece of Time cassette, and, like, he's like, "Dude, our drummer's going to college, and he may not be jamming with us anymore, dude, we haven't jammed in months. We lost our warehouse, and we haven't jammed in months, and this and that." So I was like, all right, well, so I took the cassette and I started learning the songs, and I was going try, I had my friends from Inglewood or whatever. I had, like, 4 or 5 people that I would hang out with, and we'd load up my red and white van again, and we'd drive up to Sarasota and go hang out. The Atheist had this friend, his name was Patrick, and, he had a band, but I can't remember the name. I wanna say Aggressor, but I can't remember if that was it or not. Anyway, whatever, Patrick Kelly Schaefer would know. Anyway, um that was kinda where they didn't have a jam house, but this guy was kind of a nut job, and, like, um, he would just get blasted on Jack Daniels, and, like, he had, like, a little mannequin head with, like, a Rob Halford cap on it, and, like, he would sit there with a microphone and, like, put the Halford mannequin head into the microphone, like, put the microphone up to the mannequin head and, like, crank Judas Priest, like, just loud. I mean, it was so loud. But we'd all be just partying, smoking cigarettes, smoking whatever, and, you know, partying and hanging out and talking metal, and it was a cool, place to hang out. The guy turned out to be a freak, and, like, his wife, I think he beat his wife, and there was some issue there that happened. He ended up passing away, and whatever happened, but it
Yeah.
was definitely, he was it was a crazy scene with him for sure, but it was cool just to be able to hang out with the Atheist guys and try to, like, coordinate, try to, hopefully I was trying to be an atheist, that was gonna be like my rebound, so to speak.
Yeah, I
And,
see
I was
people mention the Atheist with you.
yeah, but I still, like, I was still driving down to Lauderdale, and, I went and saw Malevolent without me, that I saw him with Mark, and nobody gave a shit that I wasn't there. Like, the crowd was still there, and, like, all the brothers and the cousins and everybody else was still having a good time.
Yeah, I'm
Or,
gonna play actually the Epileptic Seizure from, that demo you did with them. I'm gonna play that, and then we'll, come right back and keep on going with this. Anything you could tell us about this track?
um, it's a Phil song. It was kinda written before I got in. They had already it was a new song that they hadn't recorded yet, but they had written, so they were already playing it. But, yeah, it's a pretty cool one. Not much to talk about other than that.
Okay. I'm gonna play that really fast here. This is Malevolent Creation from the 1990 demo. This is Epileptic Seizure, and we'll be back with Lee Harrison after this track.
Swelling, peaceful, streets of life, seizure, media, epileptic seizure. You're the best, literally bad, money deposit, late expulsion. The funds are good, the taking rooted, epileptic seizure.
That's Malevolent Creation with Epileptic Seizure from the '89 demo. And, Roger Patterson, man, obviously we all know Roger was killed in the accident in '91, man. What memories do you have of him from, because obviously you guys became friends first, but I think before you met the other Atheist guys.
Okay, well, I'll tell you that story. I guess this is the first time really telling the story in a public forum. Um, so, like I was saying previously, that I was driving up with my friends. We would drive up and hang out at this Patrick guy's house, and Roger would be there. Rand would drop by, Kelly would drop by, but we would party there and hang out, listen to tunes, and talk metal, talk about what was going on, and you know, kind of. I was like in the meantime, I was learning Piece of Time. I had the cassette tape, and I'd be at home and I'd crank it through my stereo and I'd play along with it. And basically I had gotten so far as to I had side one pretty good, I wouldn't say perfect, but I had it pretty good. And it was to the point where, okay, we should, we could start jamming if you guys want, and they're like, cool. So anyway, Kelly Schaefer and his girlfriend Alana at the time, fortunately she passed away, rest in peace. But Kelly and Alana came down into my house in Inglewood, and basically I put on a little private show for them and played what I could. I don't know, 2 or 3 songs, something like that. But we hung out, and he watched me play the songs, and then he went back home and whatever. It was still kind of the plan, but, at some point, well, okay, I'd taken, I don't know which was first or whatever, but I had taken Kelly. Kelly didn't know Cynic at the time. Like, Cynic knew who Kelly was, and they might had met previously. According to Paul, they had at least met, but Kelly didn't know Cynic. Like, when I was telling him about Cynic, he had no idea what I was talking about or who I was talking about. But anyway, I was like, "Yeah, dude, you gotta check Cynic out, man. They're my boys from Miami. They're killer. I think you'll dig them. They're kinda in the Atheist vibe. You'll dig them. Because definitely then they were more, death metal influenced, you know? If you've ever heard the Cynic 1990 demo, I mean, to me, that's Cynic, that Focus stuff, nah, whatever. But to me, that 90 demo, even the 91 demo, they got a little jazzier, but the 90 demo is kind of where they're straight metal still, even though they had some technical parts and some jazzy kind of stuff here and there. It hadn't gone overboard yet. But anyway, so before that, um, so I brought Kelly up to meet Cynic. Cynic was playing in St. Pete somewhere. It it wasn't Carly's, it was some other, I don't even know where it was, but it was somewhere in St. Pete. But, he was of course, he was blown away by Sean Reiner, because Sean at the time was killer, as he was all the time, but whatever, he was, impressive as hell. Anyway, in the meantime, I guess, Steve decided that he wasn't gonna go to college, or yeah, he wasn't going to college, or at least not yet. He was gonna stick it out, and they were gonna stick with, and they were gonna start playing some shows again, and he was gonna stick with Atheist. So I was like, "That's cool, man. No problem with me, dude," I was just trying to help, and thought it would've, it'd have been cool. Dude, Steve's a bad, dude, I struggled learning those songs, you know what I mean? It wasn't easy. So I understood, why they wanted to keep Steve Flynn, because he is, dude, the guy's a technician, no question. So, and I was even supporting him, I was like, dude, like, so I hugged, like, basically, at the time, so now Kelly and Paul are talking and they're hanging out and I'm still talking, I'm still hanging out with Paul and Sean. And so Cynic came up and recorded the 1990 demo that I was just talking about. And me and Kelly drove up from Sarasota and we went to Morristown and we hung out while they recorded the demo. And basically, it's on the backups, it's me, Tony Choi, and Kelly. And then Kelly takes the last line of the third song, And so, like, it was just kind of like a cool thing. We were there and we'll do backups and we'll be on the recording. And Kelly has a cool little shining moment. If you ever heard the song Cruel Gentility, that's the song I'm talking about. So, um, but anyway, so Kelly and Atheist and Cynic are kind of hitting it off, so they book a show at the Treehouse down in Fort Lauderdale, and I'm like, I'm still friends with everybody. So I'm like, dude, Kelly, I'll drive you down there, we can take my red and white van, and, I'll drive you guys down there because I wanted to go down there anyway. Because I was still had a girlfriend at the time that lived down there who, either you know or you don't know, whatever. Long story. I'm not gonna name any names here. But so I wanted to go down there and hang out and check it out, um so the morning of the gig, this is like, I'd stopped learning the songs now because I'm not gonna be a part of Atheist. It'd been like a month or so since I got in the word, you know what I mean? If not longer. Um, Let me digress real quick. So before I get to that story, let me tell the Roger story. So, um, so I was, you know, to people that did know him, Roger was like super nice. Like he didn't like the Malevolent, like compared to Atheist, Malevolent was good, but the bass playing on the Atheist was like way superior to anything Malevolent was doing. No offense to Jay Black, but he was just a bass player, like he was sick. And so he didn't need to be impressed by Malevolent Creation, but he was like totally, oh, dude, man, that demo's killer. I love it. I listen to it like 3 times a day or whatever. And, he was like that with people, he was just a really super nice guy. And so, like, when we hang out, I mean, he was always super, cordial and nice. And I don't even know if I should bring it up, but I'll go ahead. I told you I'd say it, so I'll go ahead and say it. But basically, so Atheist is playing at the Volley Club, um, and they're setting up. Atheist is setting up to play, and um, I'm at this point. I'm just hanging out as a fan, just trying to help him out the best I can. Just whatever But anyway, like I had a couple drinks. You know what I mean, and anyway, Roger's girlfriend, she's, like, plastered, and she was a hot little number, man, she was a cute girl. Anyway, she starts hitting on me, like, I mean, like, hard, like, we're out in the parking lot, and it's, like, go time, you know what I mean? And I didn't do it, man, I did the right thing, man, I said, "No, I'm not doing that, man, I can't diss my boy like that," so I ended up going back in the venue and blowing it off or whatever. Anyway, I made the mistake of telling Kelly about it, and it got back to Roger, and he was pissed at me. Oh. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, I, whatever. I didn't, like, I'm sure they fought about it and then got over it. You know what I mean? And so now his next thing is like, he's mad at me about it. It's like, dude, you should be happy for me because I didn't do it, dude. Like I did the right thing. But anyway, I don't know if I should keep that in or not. What do you guys think? I mean, it's a
No,
little
no, I mean, no, I didn't say
it's what
too much. I
happened,
mean,
and we got over
yeah.
it, dude, and, like, we got through it and, like, but that it was kind of like it put, like, a little bad thing in our friendship, man, and we got over it and everything was smoothed over afterwards, but I don't know, you know, like I always felt bad that like, man, it's like, dude, I was trying to hook you up and do the right thing, man. I wasn't, you know. You know, because dude, in any other world, she was a hot girl. I probably would have got with her. You know what I mean? It was like, whatever. Anyway, back to the main tale here. Um, so so I'm driving. So it's Cynic and Atheist down at the Treehouse, and I'm gonna drive Atheist down there, and I call him the day before. Everything's fine. You know, whatever. Yeah, yeah. I'll pick you up at whatever. Um, we'll leave early. This and that. Um, Anyway, like 6 in the morning on the day of the show, I get a call from Kelly Schaefer. It's like, dude, that's weird, you know, but he's like, "Dude, Steve's sick and he can't make the show. Can you play the show?" I was like, "Oh, dude, you know, well, I stopped learning the songs, you know, I only know, like I know 5 songs for sure." He's like, "Well, Roger's brother, Ronnie, he's a drummer too, and he knows a couple of the new songs, so he can play those too." And I was like, "All right, well, yeah, I mean, I'll, you know, I'm not gonna leave you hanging. I'll give it a shot." So, you know, sure enough, so now all of a sudden you know, it's 6 in the morning and I'm packing up my van, my drums, gotta load my drums, drive up to Sarasota, pick those guys up. It was probably like noon by the time I, you know, get everything together and get up there. End up meeting, like, I think we met at like an Outback Steakhouse, had lunch or something, and then we ended up driving to Miami. And like I'm the whole way down, I'm like listening to these songs, trying to like put these songs in my head. Um, again.
A cram session.
So anyway, so like uh, half nerves and half playing with Malevolent and being like more of a speed thing. Like I ended up playing everything like too fast was one of the issues because like he would, you know, Kelly would like turn around at me like, "Dude, slow down, you're like flying," you know, like, and I probably was, you know, I was, you know, part of me that was cool, you know what I mean? Because I could, you know, the songs that I knew, you know, it's like, you know, we play them and we play them a little bit notch faster because we're playing them live, you know, that's just kind of how it was back then, you know. But at the same time, yeah, it was like a little bit too like, and but anyway, they were hanging on for dear life, you know, kind of like Kelly was in particular. Um, I remember just looking over at Rand and like he would just smile. He's having a good time, you know what I mean? Not even phased. But the cool part is like I remember all the bass and drum parts, like where it was just bass and drums. Like I remember nailing those like specific, like particularly. And, like, I always proud of myself because, you know, I was like, I got to jam with Roger Patterson and I nailed the parts, you know what I mean? So, like but then there was song, like, I remember No Truth was just butchered, and it was, like, totally horrible. It was pathetic, and I just didn't know it, you know? I didn't know the song, and I'm up like, I it's like one of those things, if you, like, heard it 2 or 3 times, like, you know, and it's a technical song, and it's just like, dude, I just never made it that far in learning the song, and then I'm just like stabbing blindly trying to get through this song, and it was horrible.
The set that
And,
never
you know,
ends.
yeah, it just, you know, whatever. So, but, you know, I got through the show and that was that. And Steve ended up coming back and he was fine and they ended up doing their thing and it was all good after that, you know. So, like, you know, you know, that was my excursion with Atheist. And at the same time, so like I'm doing my solo project submission. I had already kind of started that when I was in Malevolent. I had borrowed somebody's 4 track and I was making basically like I had a couple tunes that I wrote that where I played everything. And like I had the first version where Brett actually sang my song and the tape got ruined or something happened. So I lost I don't have a copy of that one anymore. I did a second version with Phil singing and I still have that. Um And then so then when like kind of when I'm now I don't have Atheist anymore and I don't have really a band, and I'm still in Inglewood, so there's nobody around to jam with. So I'm just back to kind of so I ended up getting I ended up writing like I had like 9 songs that I wrote. The first thing was called Ashes in the Mind. That was my first little submission demo. It was a demo album, so to speak, but I ended up borrowing this guy's 4-track and recording everything on that. And I had other songs that I was working on. And so while this is 1990, basically, and Malevolent now has gotten signed to Roadrunner. I'm kind of depressed about that, but then at the same time, I was like happy for them, that they're doing that. And then my boy Mark Van Erp is in Malevolent, so I'm hearing all the gossip from him about what's going on with them. Like I'm here, I knew they were signed, and I knew this was going on and that was going on, and they were playing shows here. And I kind of, at that point, I really didn't have much going on. So this would have been June, I want to say 24th. I'm not positive. It could have been the 17th, somewhere in June of 1990. I drove up to Tampa and it was Morbid Angel. I want to say Morbid Angel, Obituary, Atheist. And I don't know if there was maybe another band opening, but anyway, I'm sure Dave Allison would know. Um, anyway, it was definitely Morbid Angel and Atheist. Pretty sure Obituary was on it. But maybe not. Anyways, at the Masquerade, when it was on the east side of Ybor, where it was, I don't know, it went through so many names, but it's not the Ritz Theater where the Masquerade, like I don't know what
Is
they're calling
now.
it now. Right. The Masquerade was at the Ritz Theater, blah, blah, blah. Then they moved down to the other side of Ybor, kind of what was across the street, basically from where the Orpheum was on that corner. Um, anyway, so that it was at that show, and it was the end of the night, kind of everybody's piling out of the venue, the show's over, and I run into this guy, Ted, who, we end up talking, we're just everybody's kind of just, hanging around in the street after the gig. And I met this guy, Ted, and he's from Ex Mortis, who were from
Ted
Maryland,
Hart's.
Ted Harts. And he's talking, he's like, "Yeah, man, we're doing this, that, and the other, and but we got a drummer, but we hate him." And I had, through the tape trading thing, we'd already heard the Ex Mortis we had the Ex Mortis demo, and it was good, and but it was, I had a million demos at that point, so like it wasn't like they were like totally a favorite or anything. They were just another band trying to make it like we were, you know. So, but I was aware of the band, and I remember the name Ex Mortis, and I did have the demo. Um, so I was like, "Yeah, I know you guys. Yeah, yeah." Anyway, he gave me his number, and he was like, "Yeah, you should come up and jam with us." And so I was like, "Well, yeah, we'll give it a shot. Sounds good. I'll call you in a, week or so, and we'll set it up." Hang on, I'm losing my voice here.
No problem.
Okay, so anyway, so I called Ted, and he's like, "Yeah, man, come up." So like I said before, my dad was a pilot, so I could get these free. I would get buddy passes and standby tickets from my dad. So I ended up getting a buddy pass to go to Maryland, basically DC. I flew into Washington DC, Dulles, and the plan was that I was going to, audition for Ex Mortis, basically. Anyway, so I had already gotten the plane ticket and the plans were all set up. Anyway, like the week before, I talked to Ted, yeah, he's like, "Oh man, they kicked me out," you know. He said, Antar threw a drumstick at me and I beat him up or something. I don't know, something like. whatever. Something happened. Anyway, so Ted Hartz was kicked out of Ex Mortis. He's like, but I still want to, jam with you, and see if we can do something. And I already had the ticket. And so the other thing was, so that the plan was I was going to audition for Ex Mortis, and then there was a show in Philly where it was New Jersey. It was Ripping Corpse, Malevolent, Hell Witch, and maybe some other band. I can't remember, like a local band. I want to say, anyway, whatever. Um, So we were gonna drive up and check out that show. So it wasn't like I was just going to jam with them, you know what I mean? Like we had a weekend planned of it to make, to be cool. So I was like, I'll go anyway, you know what I mean? Even if I don't end up jamming with Ted, or even if it doesn't work out, I'll still have a good time, and I already got the plane ticket, and might as well just go and check it out and see what's going on. So I hop the plane, get up there. Ted picks me up at the airport. We drive over to his house. And then he's like, "Yeah, I got this singer guy. We're gonna stop in Baltimore and pick him up, and he's gonna ride up there to the Malevolent show or whatever, Ripping Corpse show, and we're gonna, he's gonna be our singer and this and that." I was like, "All right, cool." So sure enough, we go pick up George, and that's where I meet George, and like we're driving up to Philly from Baltimore, and like he's playing like Ted's playing like Altars of Madness, and George is like singing along with it. And like I can hear him, I can hear that he's got some growls, he's skinny, he looks good, he's got long hair, he's like, he looks like a singer, you know what I mean? So like I'm like, cool, this guy's, I could see it, something happening, Um so we end up staying at this girl, Annie Bowman. Her production company was called Frantic Annie. She worked at a record store, and she would promote shows in Philly and like New Jersey area, whatever, up there. And we stayed at her apartment, and that's where I met Alex Books from. He's in Immolation now. At the time, he was in Gorephobia, and so we were, just kind of all hanging out at Annie's apartment there, partying and hanging out. And then we went to the show that night. Saw Ripping Corpse, so Malevolent played with Fan Earp and Mark Simpson, and Hell Witch played. They were killer. And then at the end of the night, the very end, like after the show was over, um, Immolation showed up with the guy from Pear Drop magazine from France. This guy Laurent, and I met Laurent, and he does a record label called Listenable Records, which is what the new Hell Witch is on, and he's done a bunch of bands. If you just look up Listenable Records, he's got some pretty good bands on his label. But at the time, he was doing Pear Drop fanzine, and so I met him there. And anyway, it was kind of like a meeting of the metal minds. Again, where it was like, all these kind of different scenes converging. I met John McEntee from Incantation. Um,
Was he with Revenant at that time?
no, he was just out of Revenant, and he had the first Incantation demo done. Um, he gave me a copy of that. I actually stayed at his house because, like, just to continue the story. So we ended up going seeing the Ripping Corpse that night, Metal Immolation. Then anyway, the next night we partied, and then the Sunday was like a backyard party, and it was Biohazard, Faith or Fear, and Hell Witch, and like a bunch of like local bands that I can't even name. And it was like they had like on the back of like one of these trucks that they just wheel in the truck, and it's like a flatbed, and they set the drums up, and like they had a PA, and it was like at somebody's house. I don't even know who. Um, But me, George, and Ted, and everybody went there, and that's where I hung out with John from Incantation, and I guess he ended up living he must not live too far away because I ended up back at his house, um, and he gave me the demo, and um, I guess I spent the night. I don't know if I spent the night or not, actually. I know I spent hours there. I was, like, kinda like I wouldn't say I was stranded, but I was, like there was something, I don't know, I remember anyway, long story longer, I ended up, hooking back. Ted finally came and picked me up or whatever happened, and I went home. But, so then that was kind of like end of July or beginning of August of 1990, and then right after that, we get back to I'm back in Sarasota, and Malevolent's back at home, and Mark Van Erp calls me, and he's like, "Hey, dude, fucking I woke up today, and Phil, they all came and they got their stuff when I wasn't home," or something. It was like one of those, like, so they kicked me out, and he was all bummed out because he got kicked out of Malevolent. And another long story. Van Erp and his girlfriend at the time, she had inherited a bunch of money, and I don't know. I don't know if I should tell this story or not, but I'll tell it anyway. Um, Apologies if anybody's offended. Sorry, but it's just funny. Um, so I want to say it's like $80,000,
Oh,
and
shit.
Mark goes to the check cashing store. He's like,
With
dude,
the $80,000 check?
I had, dude, I had like I had $1 in change to get gas enough to go to the check cashing store. So he goes into the check cashing store with an $80,000 check. And this is while he's in Malevolent. And so, like, whatever. Now he's got a new van, he's got a new amp, they spent 12 grand renting a house for a year instead of, like, what they should have done is take that 12 grand, and that should have been a deposit on a house, you know what I mean? But whatever, I don't know, for whatever reason, none of my business, of course, but they rented the house it was 12 grand for the year, and that was the deal. So they ended up one of the rooms in the house, he ended up going out and you know, buying like foam padding for the walls and like insulation, da 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 da, and like decking it out. So like the band room's like soundproof or whatever. And um so anyway, Malevolent was jamming there, but now they've kicked him out. So now he doesn't, anyway, like, all right, dude, well that works perfectly because we got Ted, we got George, and we got, I'm the drummer and then you're the bass player. That we'll be a four-piece. There it is, you know what I mean? So I more or less pack my drums up into my red and white van again and go down to Fort Lauderdale, and me and Mark Van Erp start, we start basically plucking riffs from my submission demo and like turning those into, so we wrote Definitive Inquisition, which were kind of like new, that was like some of Mark's riffs, and then like the chorus of Definitive was like a submission riff, and like the whole middle section all that was submission stuff, and then it kind of winds around to more original stuff that me and him wrote together. And then so that was Definitive. We had that song, and then meanwhile we're calling, like at the time, like Mark was kind of, he was talking with Roadrunner up for Malevolent, about, doing the album and this and that. So like he kind of like kept talking to Monty. We would like sit around and like kind of conference call Monty and Borovoy. We'd be Monty, Borovoy, me, and Crony, and we'd just be gossiping about everybody. You know what I mean? Oh, what's going on in the, James just got kicked out of Death. He's going to be an obituary. Okay, blah blah blah. Uh, Whatever. This band, Suffocation. They're getting signed to Roadrunner, um, blah blah blah. You know, so we're friends with Suffocation at the time. We're writing to them and calling them, and so we're networking. You know what I mean? Basically, trying to and we're like telling Monty, hey man, we're putting together a new band. We got we want to get this going, and um, we got so then we wrote Burden of Evil. That was the second song written, and again, that was like submission riffs that we, started out. A lot of it was submission riffs, and then we wrote some original riffs too, but and then like the third song, Immense Malignancy, same thing. It was like a lot of that was like the whole beginning riff was a submission riff, and then we put Van Earp had some of his riffs, and then right around that time, John Rubin got kicked out of Malevolent. And so we're like, "Oh, that's even better, then he'll be the second guitarist, It'll be Ted, George, John Rubin, Mark Van Earp, me, and that'll be the band, George, and whatever." Um, so anyway, right around this time, this guy, Ross, he had a band called Blasphemy, um, who, they opened for I think they opened that Obituary show now that I think about it. Um or the Morbid, one of the 2. Um, anyway, the he was the drummer, Ross, and he had a venue in West Palm Beach called 21 North, and he had brought in, I don't even remember who he brought in. Yeah, I don't know if he brought anybody in yet at that time, but whatever. I think I know what it was. It was Death, Carcass, and somebody else. No, was it Pestilence? It might have been Pestilence. But I don't remember Pestilence being there. I think they were on the bill, maybe didn't show. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Um, and that was when Murphy was out, and they brought in the guy from Evil Dead, Albert, was second guitar for Death, and like he was brand new and like barely knew this, like he knew the material and he did okay, but like he was definitely like new guy syndrome. You know what I mean? But we went to this 21 North club to see that show, and he was like, "Hey man, I got Massacre coming in. Do you want to, if you guys want to open that show, man, I get you on there, And I was like, cool. It was just incentive to get it going. You know what I mean? And, I was like, cool. Well, let me call these guys and see if we can get it together. I mean, it will, we'll have to throw it together, but, I wasn't against that, so I was like, let me call these guys and see if they're down with it. So I called George. And he was like, "Yeah, man. Yeah, that sounds cool, man. Yeah, open for Massacre? Sure. Oh, man, that'll be huge. Yeah." Anyway, I called Ted, and he was like completely against it. Oh no, we gotta, more like without saying it. Basically, it was like we got to throw out your material, and I got to come in with my material. You know what I mean? Was
Yeah.
like all like the two. I had like three and a half 4 songs, getting ready to start working on the 5th song, you know what I mean? And basically we were just gonna we ended up playing 6 songs. We played 5 originals and a Pestilence cover. And just to get through the gig, you know what I mean? Just it was something to do to like cement the band as like, okay, we're a band, and it gives us a thing. Anyway, Ted was totally against the idea, and like so he backed out of it, and he wanted to do things his way, and he wanted to drag things out, or whatever. He wanted, like I said, he wanted to be the alpha dog, basically what it came down to. And, I kind of, at this point, we've already got things kicking. We got Ruben, we got Van Earp, and me, and we got George, and so I called George and I was like, hey, dude, what do you think? You know what I mean? We'll get you a bus ticket, we'll make it happen, if you're down for it, you know what I mean? So he was. He said, "Cool," you know what I mean? And sure enough, down he came, and so then I had to scramble, and write lyrics for all these songs, you know what I mean? And so I basically, once again, I kind of pillaged my submission demo and like wrote, came up with lyrics for the songs. And so I want to say November 11th, we played the show. Well, the problem, we've been playing this. Definitive was the first song of the set. Then we'd go into Immense Malignancy, and then it was Burden of Evil was like kind of the last song, Final Cremation. Then Burden of Evil was kind of the last song. Well, anyway, on this particular night, we decided, well, let's open with Burden. And anyway, that was the biggest mistake because now all of a sudden, like, it just, I just wasn't warmed up for it, and like totally like we just had a horrible gig. And so, like, I could barely play like I was struggling to even play the drums, you know what I mean? It was like horrible. And I remember and it was, here's a funny little anecdote. Uh, George had this little, it was like his daydream fantasy, whatever. And he's up there in short, like I won't say short shorts, but they were short shorts, basically, and a leather jacket with no shirt. That was like his vision, you know what I mean, at the time. And so, like, that's what he wore to his first Monstrosity gig. He was wearing like these blue shorts with a leather jacket with no shirt. But anyway, we had I remember the horrible gig, and after the gig, we're like, dude, or like, like we were ready to give up me playing music. Like, what are we even doing here? This is horrible. Oh my God, we just made fools of ourselves. I'm totally embarrassed. And it was like, man, what the hell? But anyway, so, we ended up, you know, keeping it going. And so that was November 11th. December, we ended up going back to that same studio where we did the Malevolent demo and we did the Horror Infinity demo. And basically kind of came in, we did one day, we did like all 4 songs. And then the next day we did some guitars with John Rubin. And then there was something we had to finish, but we ended up making like a rough mix of the second night. We made a rough mix of what we had. Well, we recorded George and the bass was live and the drums were live. Like he might like Vanner might have fixed punched in like a spot or two, but for the most part, we were leaving the bass the way it was. And then um Ruben, we left his first track, same thing where he might have punched in a spot or two, but then he was going back and re-recording his second guitar the second night. And then we recorded George on the second night. And uh, dude, he killed it, like that Horror Infinity, the song, like when he did that, like we knew we had something pretty killer. But anyway, so we made a mix of that first night and we took it home and we listened to it like a million times and we were all proud of ourselves. Anyway, like a week or so later, we were supposed to go back in. I think Ruben was going to fix something on the guitar and then we were going to mix it. Anyway, we ended up fixing whatever and re-recording something and uh we mixed it and the guy like put these gates on the drums and it sounded whack. It was like the snare was cutting in and out and like the ride cymbal would get all jangly and weird and like it sounded cleaner. I will say that I only have one song from the mix saved to this day. Still got that, but it's still like it's all jangly in parts and it's weird. Um and we just could never like it just didn't sound as cool as the rough mix. And we finally just said, we kind of ran out of money at that point. And at the time, we were just jazzed to have the demo recorded. So we just sent out the rough mix demo to we sent it to Monty Connor, Borovoy from Roadrunner. Um, we sent it to all these fanzines and we were just we had Pat from Hell, which gave us his list And I mean,
Oh, yeah, Pat's got a crazy list, yeah.
I actually have the list, dude. Dude, it's endless.
Yeah,
Aspirin Astro Zombie Zine, Atrocious Angel, dude, Battered Earth. Um, dude, I'm literally holding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages. And I mean, this is small print I'm looking. I mean, super tiny print. And I mean,
oh, dude,
this list
Pat was
is
a
endless.
maniac with that shit. Look at his bootleg collection too. I mean, it doesn't
Totally,
surprise me
man.
that, you know,
Um,
eh yeah, I'm gonna play a track off that, Horror Infinity. Also, I'm gonna play Immense Malignancy off of that, and you guys did that with what, Rick West? You did it at studios in Miami?
Natural Sound.
Natural Sound, okay, yeah. I'm gonna play the Immense Malignancy. Anything you could tell us about this track?
Um, it's just one of the tracks. I mean, it was one of those another like the whole intro is a submission section, and then kind of the triplets part, that was more of an original. That was me and Van Earp kinda coming up with that, and then, like, the chorus, it might even be a Reuben riff. It's either Van Earp or Reuben, I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm gonna play that now. I'm gonna play Monstrosity-Immense Malignancy, and we'll be back with Lee Harrison after this track. that was Monstrosity with Immense Malignancy. And also, Lee, at that time period, you guys are also, you mentioned that show you guys did at the 21 Club. You guys also performed again at with Deicide and Malevolent in
Well, that's
91.
what
I
was,
think
that's the next
yeah,
chapter.
with Barrett, right?
So, um, so we're jamming it. Mark's got the house down in Fort Lauderdale. It's Davie, Florida, actually, Fort Lauderdale, whatever, Davie. Um, we're, we're at this point, the demo turned out really good, even though there's still some of those, there's a couple jangly moments in the demo, and in particular, Immense Malignancy that you just played. Um, but like, anyway, it was good enough to where we felt it was like good enough to send out, and we were getting good, strong reactions on it, and we were hyped up about it, and we were Solstice. Rob Barrett had moved down by that point, and he was doing Solstice with well, actually, he came down with, it was Rob Barrett and Jeff Juskevich and a drummer. Those three guys had moved down from Buffalo. They knew Phil and Malevolent back in Buffalo, but they had come down. They figured, Cynic was here, Malevolent was here. There was, the Florida scene was just percolating, so things were happening. So they moved down, and it was right around that time when John got kicked out of Malevolent. They ended up bringing in Jeff Juskevich uh, to join Malevolent. He ended up on 10 Commandments, and he's the guy that did all the solos, and he was a phenomenal solo player. He was really good. That was kind of what his forte was, is soloing. So whatever, I understand it at the time, but it worked out for us because we got John Rubin. Um, so, we still needed a second. We played that first show as a 4-piece, and it was right around then that like Barrett was hooking up with Alex Marquez, and they were starting to put together Solstice. And cool, man, but they would drive up from Miami and hang out with us, and whatever. So like somewhere along the line it came, I guess it was that show, because so now, the guy of 21 North, Ross, he said, "Hey man, we got this show with Deicide and Malevolent. Do you guys want to open up?" And it's like, yeah, we do. We want to redemption show. So that's what it kind of ended up being, like all of a sudden now we're like, we're going to play the set the way that we're used to practicing it. We're not going to just throw ourselves, switch the set on the day of the show. We're going to practice like crazy. So at that time, like from like, I would say end of November, December, January, even maybe even February, we would like, I wouldn't say every day, but we would practice twice a day. We'd like we'd wake up, go pick up John Rubin, come practice, and then drive him home, hang out, go do me and Van Erp were working this picture perfect painting job where it was like these door cards where we would go door to door and hang these door cards on people's doors in Coral Springs, like all these rich people's houses, and solicit estimates for paint jobs. And they would like, if we'd get like $10 for every estimate we got, So we would talk people, "Hey man, can I give you, it's a free estimate on a, pressure wash job." We'd pitch them on a pressure wash job because it was easier to get that than a full painting your house job. But, that's what we do. So we do that in the afternoon, and then we pick up John Rubin again and drive back to Mark's house and practice again that night. You know what I mean? We were practicing twice a day at that point. We were like gonna do this for real, it's time, So we were going out, and then we were calling Borovoy and Monty, gossiping with them about what was going on. Okay, now, so we got this show with Deicide and Malevolent, and we just, our goal that, just straight up is we wanted to crush Malevolent,
Oh, definitely.
Well, at the same time, we wanted to just have a good show ourselves because we had just an embarrassment. Our first show, we were so embarrassed by it. We needed a redemption show. Anyway, so we were like, "Hey Barrett, man, we need, you want to play this show, man? You don't have to quit Solstice. You just do the show with us, whatever." And he was like, "Sure, whatever." And the quote was that we would tell him to quote hop the fence. Come on, dude, hop the fence. We wanted him to join. Um, but anyway, so that night we went, and we killed it, we crushed, we really did. And like Malevolent had all these gear issues, like there was like this loud, annoying hum, like for like the first 3 songs, like they couldn't figure out what was going on with Juskevich's amp. And like they were just not having a good show at all, So and it just worked in our favor that we'd killed it. We had Barrett, and it was a crushing show. Anyway, so like we get home at the end of the night, Deicide was cool though, they played a good show and everything was cool with them. Hung out with Steve, said, "Hey, what's up?" Everybody we had a good time at the show. Anyway, we get back home, and like 1 o'clock in the morning, I get a call from, it may not even been that, was it that? It might even been the next morning, come to think of it. Well, no, it was probably the night before. Anyway, sometime between that night and the morning, I get a call from Ross from 21 North. He's like, "Hey man, my buddy Fat Harry up in Orlando is it's Pantera, Deicide, Malevolent, blah 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 blah. You want to play tomorrow night too?" We're like, "Hell yeah, we do." I didn't know who Pantera was. I might have heard the name, but I definitely heard the name. But
What's
to
this, the
me, they were
Beacom Theater?
Beecham, yeah. And so anyway, sure enough, like so now we got the demo. Um, we had sold demo tapes the night before, and now like we're literally driving to Orlando, dubbing tapes on the way up. We're like cutting
Nice.
out tapes and like dubbing, on like a battery operated boombox. You know, we end up showing up at the gig, and it's Gar Samuelson from Megadeth. He's already out of Megadeth, but he's got a new band, and their band was called Fatal Opera. And they actually, it was kind of power metal-ish, whatever. And Gar was killer, man. He really, he was a killer
A
drummer.
jazz drummer, naturally.
Yeah, dude, he was playing some killer stuff up there. But man, the fans were not having it, dude. They were all sitting down, and they were like, they were getting no respect, man. I wouldn't say they got booed, but people were sitting down and not giving a shit. Like nobody was like, it was still kind of early in the day, but nobody was giving they could care less. And anyway, so I'm like, kind of, oh man, I hope the show goes good. But we set up, dude. Next thing you know, man, we got a crowd and we rocked it, man. We crushed because we were death metal, and like death metal was happening. That this was, the scene was hitting, man. And I remember like Malevolent didn't show up. Hellwitch played, Deicide played, but man, like the room was just jam packed for Pantera. I was like, who the hell are these guys? What's the big fuss about Pantera? Like, I don't get it, man. Yeah, they're all right. They're cool, whatever. But they're on Atlantic Records. That's, part of the thing, is they're boosted, But anyway, that was before Pantera was Pantera. But that was the first time I was like, whoa, what's going on here? These guys are got a room full of people, man. But anyway, we had a good show, and everybody was pumped about that. Um, we had at the same time we're talking to Monty. They got the demo. They're digging the demo. They loved it. Borovoy put a review in Metal Maniacs about us. So now we're getting mail. We're getting $5 being sent in the mail. We're sending out demo tapes everywhere. We're into it. We're like writing long letters to people and like, yeah, man, this is going on. We're doing this. We're doing that. We're, I don't know if you are aware or if you were tape trading, but back in the day, it would be a cassette, you'd write the letter, and then you'd have ads from like all these different bands,
Yeah.
and everybody would mix and match the ads. So you'd throw in a couple Wild Rag ads, you'd throw in a couple, whatever band ads, you throw in, just different bands. So like when, and then they would send you ads, you know what I mean? So you'd take their ads and send them with different. So everybody was just learning about all these bands. Like at the gates, you'd get at the gates ads, like, oh, cool, man. We got to check this band at the gates. So we write to them and send them a demo, boom. So we were just into it at the time. That's what was going on. And like I said, we had this 6-page list of fanzines. And then on top of it, Borovoy's put us in Metal Maniacs, so now we're getting mail from, like, everywhere, dude. People are ordering the tape and, like, um, this and that, things are going good, and, we're trying to talk Monty into signing us, and he's like, "Well, we just signed Immolation, we got Gorguts, we got Suffocation, da, 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 da," like, "Alright, well, we're ready, man, we're gonna write some more songs, and, we wanna get this going." So then, so in our gossip sessions with Monty, it came out, okay, um, just to kind of sideline at the same time, Ted Hartz is now seeing all this action going on, and meanwhile he's on the sideline. So now he wants to get back in on it. He's like, um, yeah, so we're like, cool, you know what I mean? Yeah, you want to come down and he still kind of had the plan to like he wanted to basically replace our material with his material, but whatever, cool, whatever. If you got good material, bro, we're down for whatever. We just want to make a good record. I'm not, we're not, we're not totally, we're good. We'll keep a couple of our tunes, but we're not against, scrapping our weaker material. And if yours is better, you know what I mean? We're, like I said, if you win the argument, you win the argument. You know what I mean? We're cool
Yeah.
with it. So Ted shows up and now he's on our couch, and dude, he won't like, he doesn't learn any of this. Like, he might have learned a couple riffs from Definitive, but, like, he's not learning any like, it's not like he's going in there and learning the songs and, like, making it happen, you know? So he'd go in there and, like, he's not playing in front of us, and, like, I'd be in my bedroom, and I could hear him in the band room, dude, and dude, like, literally, I swear to God, no lie, dude, he would just sit there and go, whammy dives, dude. He was like, he was so enamored with Trey and the whole whammy thing that he would just sit there and, like, practice just over and over and over, and, like, by that time, okay, we love Trey, but come on, man, you know what I mean? You gotta be able to play, dude. We can't, and, we're not getting anywhere, so, like, this went on for, like, a week and a half or whatever. Anyway, and at the same time, we're secretly, not even secretly, we're talking to, Monty Connor and Borvoy on these conference calls. We're, like, trying to get signed to Roadrunner, plus we're just talking crap about everybody, and surely, they're hanging up the phone with us and relaying whatever we're saying to somebody else, I'm sure, you know what I mean? It's just how it was.
And
Um,
Lee, that's the time period, like, that's when At Death's Door comes. Because for me, that was like a kind of a gateway thing back up north, like, the gate remember At Death's Door, that comp they put out on
it was
Roadrunner?
probably, like, right before it, like, but yeah, definitely, definitely in that neighborhood.
Okay.
Yeah. Malevolence were they're either recording 10 Commandments or they're about to record 10 Commandments. Or they might have
Okay.
recorded half of it because no, they'd already recorded the drums because John Rubin was there for the sessions and then he got kicked out. So they had already recorded the drums at that point. Um, but they had kind of stalled out because I think Brett had an issue with his voice. Because the part of the thing, part one of for Brett, one of the issues with him was that, you know, death metal was now in full swing, and Phil was pushing Brett to be more of a guttural guy. And Brett, if he's especially listen to the demo, dude. He's like a high. It's almost like a witchy Kelly atheist high kind of thing, almost. But so like that wasn't really his forte, doing the gutturals. You know what I mean? So, like, I think he was trying to adjust his voice to be more death metal, and he was kinda going through a phase like, it really wasn't working out the way that You know, he wasn't just instead of just being Brett and doing his thing, he was trying to like alter his voice in a way. And I think Phil was pushing that. And for whatever reason, I mean, I wasn't there, but these are that's the story I got from people that were there, is that it just wasn't working out. And like he had more or less blown out his voice. And so he was going to have to go back and like come back at another time and finish. So they kind of got stalled out. Like Ten Commandments wasn't just bing bang boom and it was done. It was like it was a bang and then there was some time and then there was a bang and then there was a boom. You know what I mean? So
No.
things got extended. But anyway, so yes, to answer your question, yeah, it was in that time frame area. I don't know exactly what happened when, but yes. Um, so yeah, they had the demo. That's right. The Malevolent demo was on the death's door. So yeah, that makes sense. Um, so if this was this particular moment when Ted Hart's is on the couch, James Murphy had just gotten booted from Obituary, and for what Monty was a big, he was a proponent of James Murphy, so his plan was to, the quote was to kill two birds with one stone and have James Murphy join Monstrosity, and then he would sign Monstrosity and go on to um, you know, do whatever we would do. And we were like, cool, man. So we were, okay, we'll give it a shot. And at the time, James Murphy, he'd already done the death and he got kicked out of death and he did the obituary and got kicked out of obituary. And like to Ted Hart's, like he was kind of a poser, you know what I mean? Like he wasn't really a true death metal guy. Like he was more of a, he was an Agent Steel and this and that. And like Ted was all about, oh, death metal, like it's not death metal enough. And it's everything, you guys are playing thrash. It's not death metal enough, which, to a degree, he's right. We were kind of in that transition period where it was like, we still had thrash elements, you know what I mean? And whatever, but for whatever, he was anti James Murphy is what the point. So like, we told Ted, hey, dude, it's not working out, man. We're gonna audition James Murphy. So like, we're just giving you a heads up here. And so he didn't have a Wade back home yet. So he was still. It was like Ted's on the couch, and here's James Murphy. James Murphy shows up, and James he learned I would say he was working on the third song. Let's put it that way. He was able to play two songs with us, and I would say he was working on the third song. Um, so he came in the night, and we played that night, a couple of tunes, and then the next day at like 5 o'clock, might even been, yeah, it was the next day. I was going to say it might have been the third day, but no, it was definitely the second day. Um, James Murphy's like, dude, I got to go home, man. My girlfriend got locked out of her apartment and like, I got to drive up there and bring her the key. And to us, that was like totally weak. Like, what? You got to, dude, she can, can't you call a locksmith? Can't you break in a window? I mean, surely there's got to be some way or some, like, dude, you can't, dude, we're going to, he was scheduled to hang out for like 3 days, the whole weekend. So, like, to us, that was kind of weak. You know what I mean? And James hadn't come out and said this, but in his recent interviews, he made he kind of alluded to the fact, and I'm sure this is now that I've heard him say it, I think it was the fact that he thought that we were going to be joining him instead of him joining us. You know what I mean? Like, or something to that. Like, that's what I've gathered from it. He did an interview and he's like, well, he's like, I was looking to do, this and the other. Anyway, now looking back on it, that's what it was like. At the time, we were like totally like, dude, that was weak, man. You're going to go back over a because your old lady's locked out of the house. You can't get her. She can't figure something out. She can't call a locksmith, or she can't do something, pick the lock or do something, break, pick the window or get in. So we kind of scratched our head on that. And he said at the time, oh, well, I'm going to, I got a cancer tour I'm getting ready to do. And then when I get back from that, I'll get in touch with you guys and we'll figure out what's going on from there. And at the time, we were like, we didn't need James Murphy, dude. We were fine without him or with him, so we weren't heartbroken necessarily. Yeah, it might have been cool and whatever, we were just trying to get the fifth, that fifth member spot filled in. Barrett was back with Solstice, so we knew that wasn't happening. Ted turned out to be a flake, and that wasn't happening. Um, and then Murphy kind of flaked out on us on that whole thing with the key, so it was like, yeah, whatever, that didn't, that kind of was like weird to us. So we weren't exactly bowled over by that. So we were just going to move on, and we're still a four piece. We can still do things. We don't need. So it was there that we were still trying to talk to Barrett. We're like, come on, man, hop the pants, whatever.
Didn't you
But
guys have a guy Todd for a
well,
couple
he
months
was
too,
there
playing with you
actually
guys?
before. He was there in August, like when I first went down to Miami to jam, or Fort Lauderdale to jam with Van Earp when we were putting together those first two songs. He would come up and like he was we just knew, we could tell like he wasn't the guy. Like we knew immediately. But at the same time he could kind of play the songs. So we more or less like I hate to say it, but we used him to play my riffs, you know what I mean? We
No.
just to
He
get
passed
through
away
whatever.
in, like,
What's that?
2018. He passed away in, like, 2018.
Yeah, yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
Um, somebody else, they said they knew him too. Who was it? Oh, JP from Elwood, he knew him.
'Cause he played with
Um,
a band called Abysmal for a small period of time too, I believe, out of Miami, I think it was.
we never really heard from him again. Like that was like, here's the funny thing, and kind of how it ended is is that he had this killer BC Rich custom guitar, and like we're all hanging out. We just got done. We're like we just finished jamming. We're sitting. We're all just kind of hanging around, getting ready to sit around and talk about things. And Mark, like for whatever reason, he thought that was a chair, and he ended up like he had his guitar rested up against the wall, and like Van Earp sat down on the dude's guitar, like it was like like leaning against the wall. He thought it was a chair, and he sat down on the dude's guitar, and it cracked it in
Oh,
half,
damn.
dude. And like the dude, that was like his custom BC Ritz that he just did. It was like, oh my god, dude.
Ugh.
So we were like, uh, like, sorry, dude, but see, that was kind of the end of it. It wasn't long after that. It was just like, John Rubin got kicked out of Malevolent, and then it's like we're working with John now. We're good.
Yeah.
But I didn't, like so, like I said, I never saw him again after that. And if yeah, I don't remember seeing him again. And there was another couple guys too. There was this guy, we called him IT, his name, because he auditioned and he had like it said It. That was like his old band, and it had that on his cabinet, had It. So we didn't even know I don't even know his name, but he was It. We just called him It. And like he came in and jammed a couple times, but like he didn't really work out. And there might have been one other guy that tried out, but um yeah, none of those guys worked out. So anyway, so now it's the Pantera show's done. The demo's doing great guns. We're sending mail to everywhere. Um
Was your
Malevolent.
first Tampa show at the Ritz for Monstrosity
Yep.
in
Yep.
'91?
Yep. And so we're calling Monty, Connor, and Borvoy again. Yeah. Murphy flaked out on us. We don't know what happened to him. And so now, like, things now are kind of like there's like kind of a shift, they're like, well, Monty's saying, he's like, well, we signed Gore Guts, we signed Malevolent, we signed Suffocation, we signed, basically they had 10 death metal bands, and they're like, you know, it's just getting to the point now where, we can't sign any more bands. It's becoming too much. But we got these friends of ours from Germany. They're a label called Nuclear Blast, and they're actually really interested in you guys if you want to deal with them. And at the time, we were kind of bummed out. We're like, man, we want to be on Roadrunner. That's the label. That's where. But at the same time, we were like, we got to keep this thing rolling here. Let's, we'll hear what these Nuclear Blast dudes got to say, because at the time they didn't have U.S. distribution. They were only in Europe. But sure enough, they sent us like a box of CDs and some vinyls and stuff. And so we were like, well, we're gonna have a CD. Like we were impressed by just the fact that you had a CD in your hand. You know what I mean? Like that was still, even at that time, it was, you know, that was a goal, like a major goal was to have, you made it kind of, you know what I mean? If you have a vinyl, or a CD. So at that time, we're like, well, at least we'll have a CD and, a vinyl and this and that, it'll be something. And it was kind of like the idea for us at that point was, rather than being the small fish in the big ocean, we'll be we will be a bigger fish on Nuclear Blast. We can kind of tell them how things are going to be, and like we'll get more of a priority is the way, because to us, you know what I mean? No offense to any of the other bands, but like we weren't impressed with any of the other bands. Like the only band that finally, like it was even after we started talking to them, like like that came out was Dismember. Dismember was like, oh, okay, now we're talking. These guys are, they got something. But like some of that early stuff, we just weren't. I mean, no offense to Mitch, but like the Righteous Pigs didn't blow us away, and like I forget even some of that other stuff, but there was just other Nuclear Blast titles, and we weren't like none of the productions were that good, and like nothing was like none of the bands were like really like anything that we felt we could blow away anything that it was on the label at the time. So that was kind of our goal. So we ended up from like that January to that would have been January 91 to June of 91. We ended up writing the rest of the album, and that was the period when like I think Human was being recorded, and uh Cynic was kind of like, splintered because, Paul and Sean were off with Death, and then like Tony ended up doing the Pestilence. Well, actually that was a little bit later. Maybe had they already done the Atheist at the time? Yeah, maybe that's what it was. He did the Atheist. He was an atheist. And so because Roger had passed away, he passed away February 91. So then um Tony Choi got the call for Atheist. And since Paul and Sean were off doing Death, it made sense. And then kind of came down to when like, we're getting ready to record the album. We're like, I would say probably April or May, like mid-April, somewhere around then, I would guess, of 91, we contacted Jason Goebel, put that together, say, hey man, if you're not doing nothing, why don't you hop on with us? You know what I mean? You can be the second guitar player. And so he did, and he came up and practiced with us. And we ended up like the last song to be written was Ceremonial Void. And he's got some riffs on Ceremonial Void that, we ended up kind of that was his contribution to the album. And like, he learned all the songs, and we were, in the band room jamming them out the whole album, and we had practiced basically the whole album. So then June, towards the end of May or whatever, I was like, I wouldn't say I was struggling, but I was I was having, my double bass was like inconsistent. Like some days I could do it no problem, and then other days it was like I couldn't get it going at all. And I pretty much attributed it to my cigarette smoking. And then, like, I had smoked cigarettes from 13 years of age all the way till 21. I was about to turn 21. And so I decided right before, like 2 weeks before Imperial Doom, I said, you know what, man, I'm putting everything I got in it. I'm quitting smoking. And I said, I'll quit, till I record the album, I'll give it up. And then, I'll decide later if I want to smoke. But I ended up quitting smoking. I haven't smoked a cigarette since then,
Nice.
to this day. But it was just dedication, that I wanted, to put everything, I wanted no excuses, you know what I mean, for Imperial Doom. Of course, we get in there and it, whatever. That's a
Well,
whole
and with
nother
Imperial
nightmare.
Doom, I have to ask you, man, like, that's you mentioned the obviously German label with Nuclear Blast and stuff. You guys were actually gonna go to a studio in Germany at first, right? Before I know
Well,
you guys
we
went to
we
Morrisound,
talked
but the
about
original
like
plan?
that was kind of like it was before Morrisound was really Morrisound. And at the time, Pestilence Consuming Impulse had come out, and Harris Johns did that. I think he did some creator stuff.
Pleasure to Kill, he did.
Yeah, so, like, whatever, he was kind of a hot like, he was another option as far as, like, producer, because I know what it was, Scott Burns was booked. Like, by that time, Obituary and all the Sepultura and all that made him, and the death and everybody else, like, I think Cause of Death needed to get recorded and the Deicide and, like, well, I don't even remember the time crunch or the time frame, but basically whatever it was, he was not gonna be available at our league when we were gonna be ready, June of '91. Well, no, 'cause I'll tell you because like, when we recorded Imperial Doom, he was doing Unquestionable Presence, Atheist, and he was doing Testimony of the Ancients
Mm.
from Pestilence. So he was already like, that's what ended up happening. Um, he was already booked with those guys, and we were like, we didn't wanna it was gonna be like, however long before he was gonna be able to get to us, and we didn't wanna wait around. And so we were thinking maybe, maybe we'll do Harris Johns, and then we realized, we're gonna have to fly to Germany, pay the flights, we're gonna have to, you know, booking, the hotel and dealing with the hotel, food for all of us. And then at the same time, it was like more sound, just the production was just better, is what it really kind of came down to too, the at the, you know, at the time it wasn't as noticeable, but it was obvious that, death metal needed to be recorded at more sound, just to get the kick drums and the drums in particular recorded right. Cause, just I don't know, it just the consuming impulse, it's okay, but it's like there's definitely it's not as strong as a more sound production, Um, so looking back, but anyway, so we took, they were like, well, Scott's booked, but what do you think about, working with Jim Morris? We're like, cool. We don't care. You know what I mean? Whatever. We just need somebody to. We were like, we were confident enough in what we had going to, we didn't mind. Sure, as long as he knows how to run the board. So that's what we did, and we were Jim Morris's first death metal production. Um, Jim Morris had done um, Crimson Glory Transcendence. That was like his baby at the time. He had just finished that like the year before. And so like he ended up being like he programmed all the drums on Transcendence and he did all the production. Like he went way overboard to make that a killer album. And like he kind of, they were Roadrunner's big, hopeful that they were supposed to be huge after that. And they did get a major label deal, so I guess it worked. But, for whatever reason, like Jim Morris, like he worked with a Synclavier. It's like a I don't know, expensive piece of equipment, basically, uh, that he used to create the drums on that album. And I forget, I mean, I forget the stories right off the top of my head, but it was like he put hours and hours and hours into that album, like that he was probably never paid for. I don't know, but whatever, like he went above board, let's put it that way, to make that album killer. So that was kind of where his head was at. He wasn't really the death metal guy, whereas Scott Burns and already, he was the young death metal guy, and like everybody was going to Scott Burns, death metal, Scott Burns. So working with Jim Morris was kind of a risk, but at the same time, if you know Jim Morris, the guy's a genius, you know what I mean? And he knows that gear and he knows music, you know what I mean? So unfortunately for us, we were dumb kids, and this was like our first real studio experience, like in a major studio, cutting an album. And so we kind of, had our own plans as far as like the mix, and that's where the problems came in. Everything was good. And, um, I was a little rushed. I wasn't totally happy with my drums, but at the same time, I didn't, I didn't hate him either, but I know I could have done better, but I was satisfied. Let's put it that way. And, because I'd already been crushed once. I'd recorded this with this band Wreckage, who was a South Florida band, kind of a thrash band. And it was in that 1990 period. They had hired me to do their demo, and I didn't take it seriously at all. I was just going to basically, like, just do it as a paying gig and like get through it and just get paid. And I thought that it would be easier than it was. And I basically got into, they paid for more sound, and more or less I got in there and I got my ass handed to me, because all of a sudden now you hear every little mistake and can hear every little ding and like little creak of the chair moving, and you know what I mean? And it's just like I'm struggling to pull this stuff off because I really don't know it, you know what I mean? So that kinda got me, like, to where, okay, I gotta be ready for this, um, and that was, like, that got me in a little better headspace for Horror Infinity, and then it got me in a little better, headspace for Imperial Doom too. So I knew what I needed to do. You couldn't punch in those days, you know what I mean? You had to, like, if you did punch in, it was at a long guitar break where the guitars were gonna play for a minute and the drums break, otherwise it would cut off a cymbal, or there was, it was definitely a much more tedious process, let's put it that way, to cut in. You had to be more strategic. But anyway, we got through the Imperial Doom, and then, our mistake with one of our mistakes with that, beside, was with George. We ended up cutting the vocals. We did we did like a 6-hour session on half of the songs on one day, and then we did the 6-hour session the next day, and just kind of like belted them out. And to us, and to George, it wasn't George's fault necessarily, because he did what he needed to do. The problem was we were just kind of rushing through them instead of like, and we didn't really realize it until like later on. But what happened was Horror Infinity on the demo, his scream was phenomenal. It was killer. Like that was like crushed everybody. And like he came in like the low to high was killer. And then he did this killer low in the first like slow section of Horror Infinity. Like his lows were like meaty and killer. And so that was like the thing that, we had to, so when he got in to do Imperial Doom and we did the horror scream, it was like, "Whoa!" It just didn't it didn't it didn't hit at all. It was, like, weak. And, I mean, we must have done it a million times, and it just di it we weren't, we ended up getting through it, but we weren't happy with it, really. So, anyway, we kinda went home, and basically the album, Vanner, he like went back to Fort Lauderdale and like left the mixing to me, Jim Morris, and Jason Goebel. And I was kind of, I was sleeping in late. We'd go to the Mons Venus and then sleep in late. So I'd like for Burden of Evil, for instance, I wasn't there for that song. You know what I mean? Jason Goebel and Jim Morris mixed it, and like the guitars were really loud on that particular mix. You know what I mean? And whatever, I wasn't there, so it's kind of my fault. But whatever, I wasn't necessarily complaining yet. You know what I mean? But part of the problem. So we end up, getting through the mix and get home and like, I'm like, okay, it's not, it's not brutal. Like part of the problem too is that by that, the first session, the drums and the bass, that was June of '91, and then July of '91. So back up, June of '91 when we're doing the drums and bass, Atheist was leaving and Pestilence was coming in. So that was our not competition, but they were the other bands that were working at the same time. Well, when we did the finish the guitars and do the mix and do the vocals, Suffocation's in the A room. And they're down tuned to like whatever C. And they're, Mike Smith's blasting his ass off, you know what I mean? And so like, dude, we were kind of like, man, it just the tuning alone makes it sound more brutal, never mind what they actually play, you know. Suffocation's a killer band, no question. But like it was just, at the time we could see it's like, man, our album compared to Suffocation, man, that Suffocation sounds brutal just because of the tuning alone. You know what I mean? And so we were even like mixing the album, we were kind of bummed, we're like, man, that Suffocation killer. But whatever, live and learn, like get it on the next one, whatever. So we ended up getting through the mix, but we got home and Van Earp, like I said, he wasn't there for the mix, and he's complaining about his bass being buried, you know? And I'm complaining, I'm like, man, because that drum set that I bought when I was a kid, I ended up recording Imperial Doom with it. And like, so what's happened? Like, they're not even real wood drums. So like the toms, you can't even hear the toms. And like to me, as a kid, I can't understand. Like, what do you mean you can't just turn them up? What do you mean? I recorded them, just take the fader and turn it up. You know what I mean? Well, Jim Morris is like, he's trying to tell me, like he's trying to tell me, but he obviously I didn't register it. But so we get in. So basically, we get we talk Nuclear Blast and hey man, we want to do a remix on the album. The bass needs to be brought up a little bit, and we want to fix these toms. And so like from like I would say September of '91 is when we did the remix. So like from like that mid-July period to the September period, I'm home listening to the album over and over and over and over, writing down every little detail that I want to change. So the day comes to mix. So now we're gonna remix this album. We spent 3 days mixing it originally, but now we're gonna mix it in one day, and we're gonna fix the horror scream with George. Okay, and so we show up to Morrisound, and I have this printed list of every song with every little change that I wanted. And Jim Morris, like we get into it, and like Jim Morris like flips out, and he throws the faders up, and he walks out of the room. He's like, he calls Nuclear Blast over there in Germany, and he's like, what the fuck, man? I'm told, I didn't even know these guys were coming in here today. I thought we were just raising this or lowering or raising the snare a little bit. Like I didn't even know any of this stuff. And, he's kind of fed up with, I don't, and we've laughed about it now, and it's funny. But at the time, like we just didn't, to me, like, what do you mean the toms are there? Turn them. So now we know, okay, well, what happens when you turn up the toms? that loud, all of a sudden there's cymbal like this like this bleeding in of the cymbals where it creates this overtone that you can't get rid of, you know what I mean? You can't get it out of the mix. And so that's why when you listen to Imperial Doom, there's just this weird tone on the overtones going on because of the rise. Jim Morris said basically like screw it, I'm out of you go, I'll do whatever you guys want me to do, you tell me. So that's why the drums, like the blast beats, are just like the drums are just insane. Like to us, it sounded great in the room. We're on these big speakers, we're mixing on these huge speakers, loud as hell, instead of mixing on small speakers like you should. The Yamaha, the NS10s or whatever they're called. You know, but in the room it sounded perfect. You know what I mean? But we end up driving like 10 minutes away to like this girl Kim's house, and we go over there after the recordings or after the session was over, and we pop the tape in, and we hear, like, I knew within 10, 15 seconds. I was like, dude, we made the hugest mistake, And anyway, so the bass is like too loud, and then of course the drums are too loud. And like and then the lesson with the vocals was, George, he did the high scream, but just since we were already working on it, he went ahead and did the whole song, um, Horror Infinity. And so, like, it was like those vocals like, you know, if like you don't realize it, and at the time I didn't realize it, but he barely like he just kind of sloughed, and I hate to say it, but he just kind of sloughed through some of the songs, you know what I mean? It's It's not his fault necessarily, but it just at the time we were just, "Oh, yeah, it sounds great," it sounds like growling vocals to me, you know what I mean? Cool. But, like, when you have that focus on the one song and you can just put everything you have into that one paragraph, you can it's so much more energy and vibe and whatever you wanna call it, however, so that was the lesson learned from that, is to, pace out the vocals, don't do them all in one take. Do one song at a time, or do maybe 2 songs, but don't try to do the whole album in one shot, because by the time you get to song 6, 7, and 8, you're gonna be just flying through the motions and not really, you know what I mean?
But it's probably funny if you talk to fans. I'm sure how many fans tell you that Imperial Doom's their favorite
Oh, of
record?
course, yeah, oh, that's the best thing we ever did. It's like, "Oh my god, it's embarrassing."
That's how that always works, man.
And people don't
That was
understand that, everybody, like, I just got an email yesterday, "Dude, why don't you, dude, why don't you reissue Imperial Doom?" And it's like, namely because we're embarrassed by hell, from hell about it, you know what I mean? It's like, they just don't understand, like, dude, I was there for Millennium, it's a better album. I was there for In Dark Purity, it's a better album. We spent more time, and it's this, you can argue about the songwriting, but whatever, the songs themselves, but I don't know, man. I understand it's, how it is, because I'm a fan too of bands, you know, the f you're not gonna be able to beat Pleasure to Kill from Creator. You're just not gonna do it, you know what I mean? And I'm sure they think, "Oh my god,"
Yeah.
"the new album's so much superior," "Oh my god, the new album's the best thing we've ever done," and this and that. And so I get it. But at the same time, I just can't let it go either. It's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, nah, you know, listen to In Dark Purity, listen to Passage, whatever. Listen, and
Like you
hopefully
said, man.
listen to the new album.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's how it always works. But that's the time period you relocate back to Tampa? It's when that record comes out, Imperial
Yeah,
Doom?
so, like, basically, we fell in love with Tampa as far as, oh, yeah, we got the Mons Venus, and we got Morris Sound, and we got, just more of a it was more of a, the bands were more established, and it's more going on, and, like, in South Florida, there was only Cynic and Malevolent that were actually doing anything, and Cynic really wasn't doing anything. Cynic got spread out between 3 different bands for them to make it happen, so Malevolent was really the only South Florida band doing anything. and us, I mean, we were doing Imperial Doom, and Malevolent had just come out with 10 Commandments or whatever. So it just made, we were just like, "Well, let's just go up to Tampa, and there's more going on. We'll be right there for Morristown." And so that's what we did. And John Ruman at the time, he's like, "Yeah, well, I was like, he's like, when you guys get moved up in there and get settled in, give me a call and I'll come up then. So we were like, cool, okay. So, I was back home at my mom's. Oh, I know it. Well, what happened was Van Earp lost that house, the 12 grand the year it, ran out. And it was right at June of 91 when we were going up to record at Morristown. So it was like we didn't really have a choice to stick it up down in Fort Lauderdale. I didn't have a place, and George didn't. George was kind of going back and forth between Baltimore and Fort Lauderdale. So like he would come down and stay a month, and then he would go home and stay a month, and then he'd come back down, and just depending on what was going on or whatever. I'm like those months when we were just writing the album, he didn't need to be around anyway because he would just spent sitting on the couch, not doing nothing. So he went. Plus, he had his girlfriend that ended up becoming his wife. She lived back in Baltimore, so he was going back and forth for her too. And so that made sense. Um, yeah. So when it came time, we're like, yeah, we're gonna move. So I would say there was 6 months, maybe even a year. I can't remember exactly how long it was, where I was just back to staying with my mom, and like George would come down and stay with me at my mom's, and then um, John was down in Lauderdale, and Van Earp at the time was still in Lauderdale, but he was looking to make the move. Um, so so we kind of like for a while there we were struggling with the rehearsals and whatnot as far as, but at the same time we were concentrating on getting the album out, and like the album was done at that point. Now it was time to like um it was time to start thinking about touring for the album. And then that's when the whole Pestilence tour came up. um Nuclear Blast approached us about that, "Hey, what do you think about touring with Pestilence?" Like, "Cool, yeah." And, we ended up renting a room at People's Storage where Morbid Angel rehearsed, Nocturnus rehearsed, everybody and your brother.
Yeah.
Um, so I don't know if I wanna say for at least 2 or 3 months there, if not longer, definitely not more than 6 months. I'd say anywhere from 2 to 6 months, we had a room there, and it was a small room. There was no AC. It was brutal, hot. I mean, brutal. And so at this time, we're kind of like Jason Goebel's not. He's on the album, but we know he's not going to be in the band. So we're kind of like still struggling to find that fifth member. Um, James Murphy at the time, we ran into him at a show or something, and he's like, well, I'm busy, I'm gonna do my own band. And cool, man, no problem, dude. But I got this other guy, Mark English, and maybe you guys can audition him, man. He's a good player. I know him, and he's he's here in Tampa and this and that. So it was around that time I ended up I had my mom drive me up to Tampa, and like she had something going on, and so she dropped me off at Mark English's house, and he played a couple of the tunes for me, like just enough to let me know that he was good enough. And then I went home and all right, so that guy's good. So I told, we basically talked Nuclear Blast into giving us like an advance so we could get that room at People's Storage. And it was only a couple $100, but like maybe two or three, $400. And right around that time, Van Earp moved to Tampa, and he ended up getting an apartment over by the stadium, Drew Park area. It was a little he was in a little apartment complex, and I was still at my mom's, but whatever. So um, we got kind of all happened around the same time. I don't know the exact chronological order, but basically he was in the apartment. We were driving up to Tampa every weekend anyway in my red and white van, and ended up I stayed with Van Herp for like a week or two. But it was just too small of a place and I needed to get my own place at that time. So me and this dude, this friend of mine, we ended up getting a trailer, um, kind of not far. It was like $100 a week, and it was a little flea trap, trailer park right down the street from Van Herp and Drew Park. And we got the room, Skipper's on Skipper Road there, the people storage. And so we were practicing. We basically, like, we had the tour lined up with Pestilence. And so it was Mark English and John Rubin. He came up and jammed with us, for the tour. Anyway, at the end of the tour, after we got through with it, um, Ruben, like when it was okay, dude, it's time to move now. What's up? He's like, "Oh, dude, I don't want to move." I was like, "Oh, okay. I wish you would have told us that, but okay, no problem." So that's kind of where we were like. So now, and then things with Mark English went south. We kind of, with the tour, there was some issues on the tour. I don't want to get into that really. But we just basically after the tour, and there was some issues that happened where English was out of the band after the tour, and we had some opportunities come up. While in the meantime, we're like trying to audition guitar players now. We got every Tom, Dick, and Harry trying to audition for the band. Um, and let's see. So we had this offer to go play in Mexico City with Creator and Overkill. And it was like, oh, cool, man. Yeah, well, that'll be killer. And there was a guy he was from down south in the Inglewood area, Venice area. His name was Adam. And we were trying to bring him in. And so it worked out where he ended up doing that Mexico show. That was the only show we played. Well, we did a Rocket Club show too. We played Steve Wachholz from the Sabotage drummer was booking gigs at Rocket Club, and he booked us there for like a Thursday night, but it was like nobody showed up and it was like a nothing show. Um, it was just really a paid rehearsal and barely a paid. But anyway, so yeah, so those were the only two shows he played, and then we had this guy. Did you know Chuck Amos, Ed?
No, no.
He played with Nasty Savage, didn't he, for a period?
He
Live
might have.
shows or something?
He might
I mean,
have.
the name sounds
Anyway,
familiar, but I haven't met him.
he had he had a band called Blasting Cap, and then he had some other band, but he was a Tampa like. It's hard to believe you don't know him because he was a Tampa fixture. You know what I mean? He had I don't know. Anyway, he was the problem with him is he liked to drink too much. He was a hard drinker, but he could actually pull it off. Like even though he was drunk, could like play Manic. You know what I mean? It's like damn. It was like impressive, and it was kind of another one of those things where well, he'll get us through until we can find somebody better. So so by that time we weren't in Skipper Road anymore. I was still living in Drew Park. Van Erp was still living in that apartment, but we ended up getting what's now Dale Mabry in 275. There's a Home Depot there. Well, before all that, I think maybe the Walmart was there on the other side of the Dale Mabry, but on the side where the Home Depot was, that was a warehouse complex, and we ended up getting a room there. And really, there weren't any other bands. Nocturnus did come in when it was It was that weird Nocturnus where they had Mike Browning wasn't in the band, and, like, it
Oh,
was
yeah.
somebody else drumming, and I forget who else was in the lineup, but they did that 3rd album, Ethereal Tomb. It was that lineup, whatever that lineup was. But they showed up kinda later on, and we wouldn't see them much, you know what I mean? So, like, we were the only band that I knew of that was there, but it was basically at the time, it was when we were writing Manic and we were writing the Slaves and Masters material, for that demo.
Off
Um,
of the '94.
yeah, so it was me and Chuck Amos and and, uh well, we didn't even have Chuck yet, actually. That's when I went through these guys that, like, dude, it took like a month to teach them Definitive Inquisition. So I'd go through a guy and, like, we'd jam with him, and he'd come out and he'd practice, but, like, I wouldn't get anywhere with him. Like, so, like, kind of Van Earp almost he kind of got discouraged during that period. And, like, he wasn't showing up for practicing anymore. Like, he was kind of discouraged, and things were kinda looking dismal at that. Like, that was a rough patch for us. So, but, I was dedicated, I was gonna turn this thing around, and so finally, we ended up with Chuck, and I started jamming with him and, um, Van Earp, and we ended up coming up with Manic and Slaves and Masters and Stormwinds, and we ended up, let's see, from there, we were gonna record the Slaves and Masters demo. And so it's 94 now, and, um, kinda I yeah, I guess we did record the drums. We did the first session for Slaves and Masters with Chuck, and at the same time, we got a tape in the mail from Jason Morgan, and it was the Imperial Doom album on cassette tape that he's playing along with it. And we can hear, like, I wouldn't say it was flawless completely, but it was damn close, and it was, like, compared to anybody else, like, compared to the people that we were dealing with, it was like, "Yeah, let's try this guy out." So and this is all snail mail at the time. So we wrote him back and said, "Hey, man," or he might have actually probably included his phone number. So we called him and set up for him to come down, and that changed the game big time because he was phenomenal. Like, he was like, he knew, like, whole like, he'd sit like, he's one of those guys, I'm sure, I don't know if I've told the stories, but, dude, he would sit around and learn whole albums, like, just on a whim, like, he learned that Dream Theater Images and Words album just for a lark, just for something to do, and, like, learn it note for note, you know what I mean? And, like, he knew all the death in individual thought pattern stuff, like, that first death tune, that first tune, Flattening of Emotions, me and him would play that song, just because it was the latest death and it was kinda technical and it was kinda hard to play, and, we would just jam it for fun.
Fucking awesome.
And then, like, he was able to, like, he'd sit there and, like, learn Kiss Alive from front to back, and he'd like, some of the albums he already knew, you know what I mean? But, like, he'd get every little, like, squeak and, like, detail, like, that, like, so it was like he was just that killer of a player, where he would sit around and do that, and he would play
Right.
all day, and, just to be real with things, since we're being, we're letting it rip, he just the basically, he didn't like Tampa, he didn't wanna work, and he didn't drive. And he didn't want a job, he didn't wanna drive, and he didn't really wanna stay in Tampa, like, we had to, like, at first, he was cool with things, and it was just progressively as time went on, things went downhill because of that, the fact he just didn't like Tampa, and I don't know, whatever. There's other stuff too, and there's lots of funny stories that I just it would take forever to get on. I mean, what are we at hour 3? What is it, like, I've been ranting and raving for hours here. Um,
That's how it's a history lesson on this show. Okay, we're gonna play the track "Manic" here for in a second from the '94 Slaves and Masters demo. And Lee, I want to ask you one more question before we end this week, and next week we'll come back with you for the second half of this, man. So 1994, right? You got Cannibal Corpse. I think that's the time they're moving to Tampa. They put out The Bleeding. Obituary puts out World Demise. Death's putting out Symbolic in '95. Your memory, man, of that period, like '94, '95 Tampa, and what do you think the peak was for Tampa?
I would say as far as the band, we were really kind of in a transition because the things with Nuclear Blast had gone south, and we really it was, the death metal scene in general kind of was on a downward slope, unfortunately. It was kind of, technically as far as the original thing, the what I'll call the trendy period, the where kinda like pretty much anybody could get signed almost, like everybody got signed, like you had to I don't know. I say that as I think of eulogy, but pretty much, you know, everybody was like getting signed basically at that point and like or had gotten signed, let's put it that way. By like 92 was the peak, as far as like mainstream media, so to speak, at that time. Obviously it wasn't mainstream media, but you know what I mean? Like as far as uh that particular like, you know, surge of what was going on, So we were trying to, at the point where I had tried to get signed, I talked to Borovoy. He said pretty much, no matter, how great your band could be the best band in the whole scene, but right now the labels aren't signing death metal, which I knew was, for the maybe the mainstreams, but there was definitely like offshoot labels popping up, and it was still, things were still happening. It just but yeah, like a lot more a lot more focus on black metal and, kinda that. So we weren't, the offers were still coming in. We had offers, but it just, you gotta remember at that time we hadn't toured the US yet. We'd done spot shows here and there. We'd gone to Chicago, and did like 2 or 3 shows on the way to Chicago. We played New York, did like 2 shows there, kinda thing. But we really hadn't been out west yet, and we hadn't done like a full tour where we could do like 20 or 25 shows. So, um, the only tour that we'd really done at that point was the European tour with Pestilence and the one big show in Mexico City with Overkill at the Bull Ring. So yeah, and did I answer the question?
Yeah, man. Was there, back then, was there a competition in the scene, do you think? Like '94, '95, or even going back to like '91, '92?
Yeah, no, pretty much the bands that had been, the main bands had been established by that point, but, there was still, there was younger, the Resurrections and the, Brutalities kinda were, they had come we were all kinda neck and neck as far as, getting on Nuclear Blast and getting out there and whatnot, so, um, there was some competition, but it was nothing like nobody was, like, hating on each other. It wasn't like a hateful competition. It was and everybody, if anything, it was a, friendly competition, so
Oh, man. Well, I'm gonna end this episode with the track actually from the '94 demo, "Manic." What can you tell us about this track?
That was a mainly Van Earp track. I remember we wrote that or really honed it in at the warehouse over the Dale Mabry and 275, where the Home Depot is now. We had written that one there, and a lot of the riffs are real spider riffs, a lot of just from the Van Earp's fingers, doing the spider walks, kind of like, and it's real fast, the vocals just spit, lyrics, so it's for the vocalist, it's in particular, I would say well, I wouldn't say in particular because the riffs are hard too, but, the vocals are, those are some of the fastest, I would say, I'd let it. Ed could probably answer that, but
What do you think, Mr. Webb?
are those the fastest of the set?
Um, let's see, Manic. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of the faster ones, unless you wanna talk about, which we didn't play, which was, Fatal. That's
Yeah,
probably the craziest
Fatal.
song.
I think the Fatal's just more the odd timing, where
Technical,
I'm
super
trying to.
tech, like
But as far as like spitting out lyrics, that one part where it's
oh, yeah, yeah. Lyric-wise, yeah, for sure. That's
and
probably
they're hard words and they're spit really fast, or whatever. I don't know. You tell me, but
yeah, no, that's one
yeah,
definitely one
I
of
would
them
think.
because they have coming into the chorus, you have to be able to right from right to the end, it comes right back into the next verse, so yeah, for sure, 100%.
Ed, what is the hardest Monstrosity song for you to sing before we play that?
Oh, wow. The hardest it would've been Fatal, for sure, because we tried to do it a couple times when we were gonna do the European tour, and it was just we didn't really have enough time to practice it, but that one, just because of the flow of the song, it's got a lot of stuff crammed into small spaces, so probably I would say if I had to pick one song that's difficult, it's definitely that one.
We're gonna come back next week with Lee. Ed, right? We're just gonna end the show now too. This
Yep,
episode.
let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's end it.
Yeah, everybody who listens, thanks. We appreciate it. We'll be back next week with part 2 of our interview with Lee. We'll see you next week, Lee. Again, this is Monstrosity with Manic from the 1994 demo, and we'll see you guys next week. Peace.
See ya.
This is King Fally from Deceased, and you just listened to another episode of the Tampa Morgue. Tune in next week and stay fucking dead.